so I'll get into Leeds at about. What time do I get into Leeds? 12:30, 12:40 on Friday.
Excellent.
Oh, is this the thing in Leeds in June?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to see about buying a ticket if they still exist.
They do, and if you have trouble, message me, because I'm going to be calling John and talking to him to get a gentleman who's running it on Monday. Hello, everyone, by the way, we are now live. And I will have a chat with him, and hello, Foxo, as well, and try and get it all sorted out, because I'm going to sort out Fleet's ticket, and I'll sort out your ticket as well.
Because I'm looking at getting like a 6 a.m. train to get there. Well, perhaps not 6 a.m., but being up at 6 a.m. to get a train.
That seems excessive.
Well, I mean, it gets me there on the day.
Ah.
There on the day, home on the evening.
Then you missed the fun.
No, I plan on getting like 9:30, 10 o'clock train home.
Fair enough.
As long as I can get the last bus home, or even the metro, because to anyone who doesn't know, good public infrastructure is amazing.
Yeah, I will say this, though. If you miss it, there are enough of us with hotels that someone will find you a space.
Mm.
Okay, right. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? The bot hopefully is taking in the questions. It does seem to be. It seems to be happy. It seems to be connected. We'll see if it's doing the queue release. Yes, the questions are coming through, so that's good. Right then, we're taking questions. I'm not sure whether it's Timu, or it's Steve, or which of the people are in charge, or which of the flotilla leaders, admins, are wandering around in charge of counting in the question numbers. I do know Runon hasn't joined us, so once again, Foxo's in charge of us. Which does worry Runon, because she's very certain that Foxo's taking her job. You know, these things happen. And, yeah. Steve has said we are taking 30 questions as usual. And it's just a regular naval history, regular Bruships. So any questions acceptable, but you know we're not doing the sort of the focus as we do every other week is the focus one, basically. Timu is counting. Steve is just putting orders in the chat. Okay, all right. So how are you all doing? Other than preparing for Leeds and Rotterdam as well in my case. I can't believe none of this crew has come with me to Rotterdam. I normally... I don't think I've been abroad in recent years without Dan with me. It's going to be really weird for the first time in a long time when I'm abroad on a naval history trip. It's going to be... There's not going to be a... not only is there not going to be Dan Freeman there, there's not even going to be Dan Colden, so there's going to be no Dan there. What's going to happen when I automatically say, Dan, can you help me? And no one turns around.
Oh, there'll be Dans around, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I've
got new mics this time, new recording mics as well.
Ooh. That's exciting.
Mm.
We've got a Henry II and William Marshall situation, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
With you two.
Yeah. I always have a Dan with me. It's how you operate in history, isn't it?
Yeah, it's how history works. Okay, that's all taking me... Sorry. That's all taking me longer than planned, so I'm behind on my day, so I haven't really eaten.
Jacob, you're more than welcome to come. We are going to TwitchCon. This has been talking about this. We are going to be at TwitchCon. We are presenting at TwitchCon. Myself, Garrus the Brit, Fleet of Oceans, and Killerbin are actually doing a panel on Saturday at TwitchCon in Rotterdam. On the 30th of May, we are there. We are doing a panel. And we've got a whole hour from 3 o'clock till 4 o'clock on the JG Sugar stage, where we'll be chatting away, talking about history, all this stuff, everything there, and yeah, it's going to be wonderful. Mosil's like, can you put the Q&A in front of the question, the exclamation mark Q&A, and then we'll get it. Because I have spotted your question, Mosilzak, but it doesn't have the exclamation mark Q&A in front of it, so it's not going to be picked up by the bot. So just sort of, if you do that, they'll make sure it's picked up by the bot, and we won't lose it. Stafford suggested a 2-minute window between each question submission. Okay, so Stafford was doing a lot of the duties. I think it was last night and a couple of other nights ago on Thursday night in terms of the lives in helping out with the people coming in, the questions coming in, and he is strongly urging on the next thing that Runon makes it not a 90-second gap, a 2-minute gap between submissions. Oh. Jacob, my sister is getting married on the 30th of May. I'll ask her to replan. Don't worry, we are going to be in Rotterdam for longer than that. If you contact Gareth the Brit, the reason I don't know what we're doing is we're doing a sort of how do I put this, a bit of a sort of it's sort of a thing. We've got an idea plan where each of us will take a weekend and we'll plan out a weekend and won't tell the other what we're up to, and it's going to be a bit of a surprise when we'll do a video about it, because we're going to vlog the whole thing, because both of us have never done TwitchCon before, both of us and we're just going, this is going to be something fun. And when we were talking about that, we started coming up with ideas of, well, things we have each never done, which we think the other one, or which we've done, which the other one has never done, which we could take them on. And I'm planning a couple 3 weekends, and Gareth has taken 3 weekends, and the first one is Rotterdam. He's doing, and so we've got this plan for a series of about 6 sort of videos of us doing a random weekend where one of us doesn't know at all what the frigate's going on. So I am going to Rotterdam. I'm actually getting there on the Wednesday before it, and I don't leave till the Monday. So we're there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I have no idea what's going on. None at all. Lord help me. Dan, you notice Dan Freeman, the one who travels with myself and Garius on a regular basis, is being very quiet at this point. Because he knows what both of us are like when it comes to planning things and events. So the concept of either one of us not knowing what's going on is an interesting thing.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
We're not control freaks. I promise we're not control freaks. We just are both quite... We will have a plan. And we will change the plan if we need to. But we will have the plan and know what's going on.
Plans are good. Plans give you something to... The word.
Yeah.
Remember when it goes wrong.
Yes. I still don't know how we're actually getting to Net Rotterdam from London. My suspicion is it's City Airport.
Who knows?
But all I know is I have to meet him by Liverpool Street Station.
So, yeah, there could be a whole load of options then.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I'll see what happens. I do know that Gareth, like me, likes ferries. We have fun on a nice ferry. I know I'm coming back by I'm coming back by the Eurotunnel, which I have to admit is going to be a bit of an interesting experience for me, because every other time I realised this when I was thinking about it, every other time I've been on Eurotunnel, I've driven a car on there. And I've taken a car with me onto the Eurotunnel. I have never been through on the passenger train. And as a pure passenger, if that makes sense. I've always taken a car. So it's going to be interesting. I think I got a regular ticket. I'm sure. I did do my usual thing. And by the way, this is if you're traveling to the UK, right then, before we start, I will give people a hint if they're traveling to the UK, a little bit of a trick. The time to buy train tickets is 6 weeks before you're going. 6 to 8 weeks, depends on which train you're buying. But I bought mine 6 weeks before I was going, because that's usually when they're cheapest on things like Trainline, etc. Don't ask me why it is, but I have long ago found this out, that if I wait for 6 weeks beforehand, I will get something which is significantly cheaper than if I get it closer or I get it earlier. And yeah, so my Trainline ticket, I think I got a regular one, but I was quite surprised. Yeah, I'm on a regular train, regular ticket. Yeah, standard. But I still, this is the lovely thing. It takes me less time to get from Rotterdam to London than it does take me to get from London to Red Roof on the same day.
To be fair, it may actually be closer.
It's not, and the train route is actually longer. I've checked, and it still takes 2 hours longer for me to get from London to Red Roof than Rotterdam to London. Oh.
Fair enough. I was hoping, but you know.
All right. So, Duke Manager, is a night Pearl Harbor style attack in a 1900-1910 time frame possible if you tried it with Zeppelins carrying bombs? How would a successful strike like that affect Doctrine in the near term? Carrying it out would have an impact. How successful it would be very interesting. Zeppelins are really the ultimate in area bomber. Zeppelins are the ultimate in wide area bomber if we actually hit the target. Wow, that's amazing.
I mean, we're talking about. I mean, with this sort of stuff, I mean the RAF were sometimes kind of, oh wow, we hit the right country this time.
Yes.
In World War Two.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. And to Jaiden, who just went pat, and do you want to read about Indian SSBN programs, 5 decades of engineering? Yeah, I've been looking at those for a while. So any other information, I'm always happy to see on those things. So I have been looking. Again, one of the things I didn't didn't really discuss much in the Indian Navy video when I did it was I actually volunteered while I was doing my PhD. There were lectures that were being taught in the Navy, and the person who normally taught them was ill. So I volunteered to take those, and I did a whole load of studying before I did them. And what was really funny was I did all the studying, and then a day before I had to take the lectures, they said, "Oh, and here, by the way, here are my lecture notes." So I'd spent the previous 3 weeks studying up, preparing my own lecture notes, feeling really, really good. And then their lecture notes come in. I'm looking through them going, you could have given these to me earlier. That would have made my life a little bit easier. But I actually really enjoyed it and did a lot of stuff about the SSBNs and those things. But yeah, that's what happens when you're a PhD student and you do teaching as well in the same department and you're covering for people. You will sometimes you'll prep stuff and they'll give you the lecture notes. Sometimes they'll give you the lecture notes and then they'll tell you, oh, actually, I gave that lecture the week before, so you have to give a different lecture this week. And sometimes you just don't get given anything. Now, but yeah, basically the thing is the Zeppelins were unlikely to hit stuff, but the thing is actually carrying out the strike, that would scare the bejesus out of people, and so they'd have to start thinking about how they're going to defend them. And that would be an interesting thing. If you did it in 1900, it happened in 1900, 1910 time frame, probably you suddenly start seeing those 3-inch anti-aircraft guns and other systems start to come in. But also, one of the interesting things is you might get a lot more work done on anti-aircraft targeting systems and fire control. It's an interesting potential. Potentially, you also see once heavier aircraft come into service, they basically get commissioned as interceptors. I can hear a poodle complaining somewhere, and I'm not supposed to. Because the poodle's not allowed in this room at the moment because everything that's because now all the stuff's gone away, and that window behind me, as people know, this explains why you haven't seen a canine in a while, right? So the wall and everything behind me is gone, and some of you might remember the window behind me is actually technically broken and keeps falling out. So technically, the window could randomly fall out behind me because the hinges are broken. It doesn't matter; it's being taken out and the it's being walled up. So that's why it's being left until it's done. And so that's why the dogs aren't here, because they could, if the window went down when they were in here, knowing my poodle and considering there are cats next door who he thinks are basically furballs he can play with, he might well try to jump through the window to chase them. So that's why there's no doggies allowed. Okay. But yeah, it would be an interesting thing. The impact would be let's put it this way: the psychological and technological impact would be far greater than the actual capabilities of the strike to actually do damage. Oh, we've got question 70 from Knight. On September 18th, 1970, the leadership of the Sharan helicopter destroyers was ready for launch, but Director General rejected the name Congo for it. Why, other than want it named after his birthplace, would he reject it? At that point, it was considered too politically sensitive. Again, you have to remember that Japan has had to manage their development very carefully without, how do I put this politely, upsetting their allies. More than their enemies, their allies. And there are some things. Congo was also saved in a way for what it became. The first large Aegis destroyers were the Congos, and that had been planned for quite a while. So yeah, there are some reasons for it to be done.
Quick, silly question.
Yeah.
Do I try and go for a quick run?
Yeah, for it.
You can do if you wish to, but how? I'm going to ask this as a serious question. What are you up to tomorrow, work-wise?
Normal day.
And what were you up to yesterday?
I did absolutely nothing.
And did you do exercise yesterday?
Nope.
No?
No. So I'm currently at the state where the activity monitor on my watch is kind of poking me and going, "Are you dead?"
Yeah, mine is going. You have managed to do because of the amount of because we had some friends down help us with the attic. I have managed to do a week's worth of activity time in 3 days. Actually, no, about 10 days of activity time in 3 days. I'm supposed to do 90 minutes of activity a day, and I have managed to clock up 900 minutes over 3 days.
Plus, my state needs to warm up to room temperature, so...
Yeah, well then.
Definitely.
Good luck.
So
Have fun.
If I don't... I'll keep listening in, but I'll mute myself for most of the time.
Okay, take care. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Castanet, has any ship since 1900 been built with enough electrical generation to be considered sufficient after 30 years of service? Nope, not a single one. Do I tell a lie? What about the nuclear carriers? No, they didn't have enough nuclear electricity generation. They needed to fix that as well. Yeah. Almost every single ship I can think of has required increased electrical needs. Volunteer per order summon. If the Royal Navy had maintained such ships in reserves, would they be better off reactivating 4 Type 41s or 4 Type 61s during the Falklands War? Let's put it this way. Any reserve ships you manage to activate, if they're Type 41s or 61s, or Type 14s or 61s, I think, potentially. I'm trying to remember what the 41... I don't think there were 41s. It would be useful...
They were not 41s.
They were 14s, weren't they? Basically,
yeah.
If you had them, if you activated them, they probably free up newer ships and other ships to go to the Falklands and make it easier. Basically, what people often forget about reserve ships is when you bring them on reserves, you don't have to send them directly to the war zone. You can send them to the lower threat areas, not an active war zone, and you can free up more modern ships which you have inactive to go to the higher threat area. So this is the point I made. And again, this is the scenario which if we'd had a proper replacement of the Type 23s. Instead of doing life extension, we've done maybe a bit of a life extension on some of them, but we started the replacement, let's say, 5-6 years ago, or earlier than that in terms of the ships entering service. We could probably have kept some Type 23s in reserve for a bit, and it would be in a case of if they are activated. They're activated to replace the ships which are not in the war zone, to allow the more modern ships to go to the war zone, because it's easier to surge a reserve ship than it is to muck around with the other things we've got going on.
Well, the Type 41s, could they be referring to their Leopard class that exited commission in 1982, which were signed as the Type 41s or the Leopard class?
Oh, good lord! They could be. They were Type 41s. It just I've never really referred to them as the Type 41. I stand corrected. The Leopard class were the Type 41s. I have for some reason I've never thought of them as 41s. That doesn't really make much sense. They are theoretically air defense frigates, yes, but okay. I stand corrected, but yeah, the Leopard class did not occur to me at all. I don't know what class number I thought the Leopards were. I thought
they were. I thought they were teams.
I thought the Leopards and the Salisburys were basically batches of the same class from some reason in my brain. And I think that I probably put them together in the I probably put them together in that sort of scenario, the 60s scenario. But yeah, I didn't think the Leopards are 41s. Yeah, either one of them is going to basically, if they're activated, they're not going to get sent down to the Falklands. As I said, they're going to be used to free up vessels on other patrols and other duties. So, for example, they might take the Gulf. They might take. As it was during the Falklands, the British had to basically call up the Australians and the Canadians and the Yanks and a few other nations to fill in the gaps, which the British were leaving to pull ships from.
Yeah, but from when I see the Type 41s back time at Falklands were all sold off. So.
Yeah, but the question was if they had been maintained in reserve. So if they hadn't been sold. But I was, for some reason, I was going, well, they're by that point they're old frigates, but they're still not bad. They're not bad ships are wandering around with. The Salisbury class.
No part of me.
It's all fun. And then Carrot 151, we have a two-parter, courtesy of the team who's put in a second part. We have seen the army use bayonet charges to great effect in several instances, including direct defence of the Queen in the last 15 years. Is there an equivalent weapon tactic in the Navy that has been declared obsolete and scrapped by nations that has turned out to still be effective? Ramming. As both Iceland's fishery vessels and various other fishery vessels on the South China Sea are relatively regular witnesses to, every time someone reports the age of ramming is over, someone else comes in and goes, well, hold my beer. Or in my case, hold my iron brew. Would we agree on that one?
Yeah. Do the ships still have a setting on the engines of ramming speed? Or has that been deleted?
Knight 6831, I don't think Yank is an ethnic slur.
It's not an ethnic.
At least I would never associate it with one. And I think I said the Aussies, New Zealanders, Canadians. So I also said Aussies and Yanks, and that's usually the phrasing that goes with that. And it was sended that way because that's usually how, nicest way it was to kind of the British rounding up their pals and going, "Can you please cover for me, mate?" Rather than a formal, yeah. Quite a few people saying Yank is a nickname. And with that said, by the way, how would convoy warfare work in space in hard sci-fi scenario?
And a hard sci-fi.
It's going to depend on your method of fast and light travel, if you have fast and light travel. Because if you're in hyperspace sort of scenario, or something like, the various those songs, you have hyperspace lanes you go through which are patrolled, and you accelerate freedom as quickly as possible from safe point to safe point. So you don't really have a convoy scenario. If you have a warp kind of scenario, it's difficult but not impossible. But again, the scenario you're probably going to look is you're probably going to want to have a couple of larger warships and a lot of smaller warships as your escorts. The reason I say, and I presume a convoy would be at least 30 to 40 merchants. Okay. Can you all still hear me? But no, it would be kind of interesting to see how you would do that. Depending on the things. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just checking, because something happened with the internet and then it blinked and then blinked back. And I have no idea what happened. But yeah, if you're doing a warp slot, basically every convoy scenario in space you're going to be dealing with, you need at least 2 larger ships and a whole lot of... The reason you need 2 larger ships is because if one gets damaged, the other one has to take over the leadership role. But also the reason you need the 2 bigger ships is because you probably need, and this is going to sound strange, you have to work. You're probably going to put one forward off to one, let's say forward to port, and one aft to starboard, so they can keep an eye on things. And then you have the destroyers basically circling around above and below. But you're going to need a lot. You're going to need. The other thing you're probably going to need in a space scenario is to have the merchant ships armed to an extent. The merchant ships will need to be armed to an extent.
I think possibly it's your big that you've got. It's more like escorting a bomber stream in the air because you've got a 360-degree, 720-degree, in fact, right axis you need to cover. So there's a chance that they'll come the opposite side from where you are. So that's why you need at least 2. And the same thing with censored. And assuming you have dead space, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Run.
Yeah, it's just because in a hard sci-fi it's very odd. Because the question is, do you actually even have convoys in a hard science fiction?
Well, it depends on what I said. What fast and light engine they're using.
Well, it's why because it mentions hard sci-fi, so hard sci-fis don't have FTL. as a standard, because we haven't figured out a way to properly do it without needing the mass of Jupiter as energy. Which is admittedly better than what we were previously working with, which is the total energy output of the sun. But
Oh, it's getting better and more efficient all the time. But realistically, the interesting thing was that the person who I was talking to most recently said, to crack fast light travel, realistically, we need to crack antimatter.
probably
And I didn't like that phrase of cracking antimatter. That sounded like something which could get very explosive very bad.
probably it is for the reasons you think. But
Yes.
but yeah, I do think you're entirely right. The way you prevent it is have all of your merchantmen armed, because can you risk engaging them close if they also have weapons that can take you out?
Basically, I was going with East Indiaman methodology of they're all armed a little bit and they have some warships with them that are armed a lot. And it's a case of, yeah. So here's the thing. If you get the merchant ship, you've got a lot of lightly armed vessels which do have enough weapons to deal with sort of things like fighters and things attacking them. And if you come with a larger warship, which is going to be very expensive for pirates to have a large warship, then you're going to have to deal with proper warships. And if you're an enemy force, an actual enemy fleet attacking, if you've got destroyers, etc., and warships, they can do a fighting retreat and cover while the merchant ships can pull out and pull away. And while the merchant ships are pulling away, shouting for help, someone else can come help them. Again, if you were doing a convoy scenario, it's going to be through an area of space which you probably got a lot of merchant ship travels already. So it's probably worthwhile if you're depending on those convoys for a major part of your economy. It's probably worthwhile you sticking some larger ships together as a group as a reaction force in that area, ready to turn up and go. So, you thought you could play with our convoys, and oh, you did beat up the escort group. Well, that's a shame for you, because they caused a lot of damage to you while doing it, and now we get to muller you. Is the Battlestar Galactica hard sci-fi?
No, not at
Nope.
all.
But can I just weigh in here? I think it very much does depend on the value they're carrying.
Yes.
Because an expensive armed merchantman like a Space Indiaman would make sense for valuable cargo. For less valuable cargo, it might just be easier to pay them to go away. Like how a lot of groups dealt with pirates historically. We will pay you £50 to go away.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess also you've got another thing of... So, realistically speaking, in most settings, you're not actually going to have convoys. Even in hard times, because convoys usually only come up in very certain scenarios. Most of the time, you'll probably actually more see it as dispersed shipping tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I would have more thought. And especially if you can limit heat emissions and basically things that let you be spotted, going alone's probably better than going in a big convoy.
Yeah.
It very much depends on FTL method, like Clarke pointed out.
Yeah.
Because if it's a short range where you're skipping, or FTL can be interdicted in any way, that's when you would start wanting to do convoys. Because if someone interdicts, and then they can just start sniping merchant traffic, especially if they're mobile and space is big. You could honestly, in military sense, do a form of indirect blockade through that way.
Also, the other option is occasionally you hire some of the other pirates to be the escorts to deal with the other pirates.
Privateering, they call it.
Yes, what my family used to do. This is honestly not a protection racket.
Yeah, like, so, because it's why... I agree about the whole FTL things, but going off the traditional definitions of hard sci-fi, I don't see why you would do convoys.
That's why I went into the FDL way,
Yeah.
because I didn't think with
FDL definitely becomes more interesting.
hard sci-fi, you're not going to have enough ships going around there that there's going to be that much of a problem with that. But one thing I'm going to say, Brandon Larson, thank you. 46 months of membership. You put written, holy catfish, 46 months, let's freaking go. Let's be honest, 46 months that's getting very close to 4 years. That's getting very, very close to 4 years of membership. I honestly didn't realize I'd had memberships enabled for that long. Thank you. Yeah, and as also, as 676-3100, in the Jack Campbell sci-fi series The Phoenix Stars, there's a good convoy escort battle as 12 merchant ships are being escorted from a jump point to a fast and light gate. And yeah, that's the sort of thing. You could see convoys in that scenario. Part of scenarios where they know large groups of merchant ships are going for. Oh, Lions, 42 months. 42 months. Not far behind, Brandon. Not far behind, but goodness gracious. This is starting to worry me. There are so many people who are well into the 40 months. And of course, gate camping in EVE Online, I remember that.
You're either becoming an institution or due to be institutionalized.
Timu, member for 33 months. That's still very good. That is still very good. But yeah, it's interesting. Montana 67 has, can you review this incomplete fleet list for my alternate timeline, Second Battle of Jutland? Photos are in the Cyclic channel of Discord. Okay, I will do. I'll go to the Cyclic channel. We have the Cyclic channel. Oh, there we go. Queen Elizabeth, leader of class, Major Layer. Nelson. Okay. And you've got a Leviathan in a partially built state. 66% of our 18-inch Renown, Emerald, Enterprise. Yes, nice load of cruisers there. A really nice load of cruisers. That's enough cruisers to sink most enemy fleets in that in World War II era. That really would sink. I'm looking at this as the cruisers were still in the cruisers. There's a lot of cruisers there.
Somebody misinterpreted the idea of needing 70 cruisers. I mean, we need 70 cruisers on station at any time. I trebled it and then added a bit for
That it's a good. It's a good.
Navy. We have 240 cruisers.
Yeah. Carrot is just sort of said, a member for 43 months. Air message, only 43 months. Who can beat 46? Oh, good lord. Okay. But no, it's that is a force and a half. Yeah, and by the way, how my family group, when we used to play EVE Online, used to beat the people who camped on the gate, is we'd have a load of merchant ships which were basically running empty, which would go out as a group with what looked like an escort with them. Then we'd have warships coming, a warship group coming through, which was mostly comprised of merchant vessels, which looked like they were merchant vessels, but were actually quite heavily armed warships, and with an escort. And they would come through, and we do that once or twice a day at various gates, if the right parties were prepared to pay us to do this for them. So we'd basically have the first convoy spring the trap, second convoy come in and turn the trap into a no more trap scenario. Of course, that was on the gates, which we weren't actually the ones doing the trapping ourselves. But, you know, hey-ho. My family took the family business to EVE Online. What can I say?
It's not piracy. It's private enterprise commerce raiding.
To be fair, my mum used to lead those missions quite often. For some reason, people trust her when she's talking to them online. Considering what she's done in things like the fact that so many people trusted her always worried me a little bit. To be fair, we never double-crossed anyone. We just didn't mind getting paid to not do something we were doing.
The best thing is to get paid to not do something you weren't going to do anyway.
Yeah. Wilson Triplets. Two-parter from Wilson Triplets. What made IGN Torp so consistent compared to other nations, torpedoes like the US? What would a British version of Long Lance Torp look like if the UK IGN alliance was intact? The most consistent torpedoes of World War II, unsurprisingly, belonged to the Navy, which did the most practice with their torpedoes. The second most consistent torpedoes of World War II belonged to the Navy, which did the second most amount of practice prior to World War II, and the second most amount of testing. The one who did the most was the Royal Navy. They could afford to, they had the budget to, they had the numbers, they had the presence. The second most was the Japanese. Believe it or not, the third most is the Italians. Their torpedoes are very good. Number 4 comes in Germany, because they learn most quickly. And number 5 comes in the USN. Now, before anyone starts thinking this is anti-USN, it's not. It's quite simple. Every time they were cutting the budget in 20s and 30s, the thing that they seemed to always cut was the testing budget for torpedoes and because they were sure the torpedo would work. And the torpedoes got less and less testing. And we all know what happened in World War II. People think when you talk about American torpedoes at the beginning of World War II, you're doing something anti-American. No, it's a cautionary tale for hubris, but also for why you need to spend so much money testing weapons. Yes, you are literally blowing up money doing the testing. But it's far better to blow up that money in peacetime and be sure your weapons work than to get to wartime and find your weapons don't work and lose a lot of people and a lot of ships because of it.
And everyone else has their own examples of this. So for the British, probably the hat. For the Germans, it's their light cruisers and destroyers. For the Italians, it's their blackers, clods. For the French, it's burn.
I was working through the treaty navies, Seneca era. I didn't think I would want to put the Netherlands in there because, once you start adding in the Netherlands in, actually Netherlands is higher than 5. Netherlands displaces Italy. Because again, proportionally, for their torpedoes, the Netherlands were kind of obsessed with their torpedoes working because they're obsessed with their submarines and their destroyers. So they do a lot of testing. And the difference isn't... Basically, the commonality between all of them is nations which do the most testing, surprise, surprise, have things which work because they've had the most chance to find out if they don't work, and the most evidence coming back if they didn't work that this actually doesn't work. No matter what you think on paper, it doesn't actually work. So, the thing that I love that's come out of World War II for the US, and this is one of the reasons why it's sometimes so hard for people to look at the US now and look back and see and understand why that's the case of the US then, is that honestly since World War II, the Americans have done a lot more testing, and whilst Congress is still hard to get money out of, they are a little bit more free when it comes to weapons testing than they were prior to World War II. Imagine, which can be scary to people sometimes when you look at them and they go, look at the battles we fought to get the money for testing in this round. Yeah, but you actually got some money. Oh no.
One of the things the US got from it is inability to procure cruisers and tendency to just mass produce a destroyer class.
Yeah, Germany, the reason why Germany ranks slightly higher than America is because they learn very quickly and basically Certain officers threatened to commit variations of murder, torture, and other things on the people building the torpedoes if they don't get them work. There is no pushback of no, we're sure the torpedoes work. It's you who are using them wrong from their equivalent of Bureau of Ordnance. It's a case of please put the gun down. I am just the administrator, or I am just the janitor. I only clean the toilets here. There is no need to shoot me for this. I have nothing to do with the torpedo design. Please, I was just cleaning the loos.
Quick question.
Yes?
Has America ever had any luck getting cruisers with the US Navy? Because they couldn't get the cruisers they needed in the 1880s. They couldn't get the cruisers they needed in the 1910s. They couldn't get the cruisers they needed in the 1930s. Then they couldn't get the cruisers they needed in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And have tried to somewhere twice to get a cruiser in the 2000s.
Yeah. No, the US Navy has never managed to get the cruisers they need in peacetime.
Yeah, is cruiser to the Americans what politeness is to the French? They just don't do it.
I don't know. Let's put it this way. It's also worth noting that cruisers, of course, when they first buy them, were always known as frigates. Which is also something America seems to have been having trouble with since about the end of the Cold War. Probably because they did so well with the OHPs, they just thought they could do it again. Without actually thinking about it. And that's the trouble. You do it really, really well. Volunteer person, they got USS Long Beach. She was great. Got no sister though. Exactly. As I've been telling people, nice way. This whole reason this class is called a battleship is because the US Navy's fed up with getting cruisers rejected. So they thought, let's try something else. Let's call it something else, and then they let it through.
And they tried calling it a destroyer, and that failed with the Zumwalts. Because everyone went, oh, but it's just another destroyer. It's more expensive than a lovely shiny bird.
And what I love is there are lots of different reasons why the Zumwalt class have issues. There are issues I've heard from different sections of the US Navy in terms of the naval officers who operated aboard them and some of the things they've come back to them. Again, it's a class of 3 versus a class of 32. The issues you'd have got with basically the issues you get with the first batch are not going to be issues you're going to get with the subsequent batches after you've gone through building them. So that's part of the problem. But also there are issues from almost every level because it was such a different design. But the big thing is you can get past a lot of those issues which you have at the architectural level and at the operational level and at the on sort of the naval side procurement level if the politicians are happy with it. Because there's the funding and there's the money. And there's still the program still has support. But the trouble is, as I tried to point out in the video about the Burks, the problem for the Zumwalts was they were called a destroyer, and they didn't fit enough in the Burkean mould to be accepted as a destroyer. They just didn't. And you couldn't call them a cruiser because they didn't carry enough VLS cells to fit in with either a Tycho or a Burke. That's the trouble. In many ways, the thing they really needed to do to make the Zumwalts actually work was carry a lot more VLS cells. A lot more VLS cells. And the Mark 57 VLS doesn't get enough credit, but it would have been useful. It's the only VLS cell bigger than the strike length Mark 41 VLS. That's not for the hypersonics. You cannot tell me that would not be a useful thing to have going forward. Because the missile systems you could make for it are, the things you could fit into that VLS cell would have been amazing if you were building enough of them. As it is, 3 ships have got equipped with it, and each one's carrying roughly 80. It's not enough. And they're sets of 4 as well, not sets of 8. What would have been better is if they, honestly, is if they'd replace at least one of the gun mounts with more of those VLS cells. But yeah, if the British and the UK-IJN alliance was intact, then, well, considering both the British and the Japanese start pushing on the larger torpedoes, you might have seen some interesting developmental relations going on about that. Each of Minecraft Watcher, would having called it a scout cruiser have worked? I don't know, maybe. There's always a chance it would work, but yeah.
I think they should have upscaled the Zumwalt after the first 3 and claimed something like the Super Hornet or the Strike Eagle. And just gone for something bigger with pushery wood for the cruiser role.
Well, the thing is, they could have called it the Super Burke if they'd fitted it with enough VLS cells. And if they'd said it can also do air defense. Which they could have made a case of, because they could have looked at the standard SM-3, the Theatre Ballistic Missile Defense System, and gone, right then, so a Zumwalt, we can sneak in closer because of its stealth features, closer to enemy shores, so it can launch missiles it can launch its SM-3s when the ballistic missiles are in the boost phase. So as we all know, when the ballistic missiles are in the boost phase, that is when they are the slowest, easiest target. That is when you want to take out a ballistic missile. When it's in the boost phase and just going up. Because the moment it starts going across trajectory, it gets really fast, and it starts coming down and splitting up into maybe multiple re-entry vehicles, etc. Yeah, that's when it's really complicated. When it's doing that, and slowly getting up off the ground and relatively speaking of how fast it'll go, slowly gaining altitude. That's when you want to be able to take it out. Also, the other advantage is then, if there's any problems from its warheads, then they're usually scattered over the enemy's territory rather than yours. Small advantage. But yeah, they didn't go down that road. But it would have been really interesting if they had gone down that route, because they might well have got the Zumwalts built. They probably would have still ended up with Burks carrying on the construction, but they might have got their 30-odd Zumwalts being ordered. And it might be a case of, oh yes, well, it's now the Flight 3 Burks and the Flight 4 Burks coming in, or rather the Flight 2A technological insert Burks, and then the Flight 3 Burks, etc. coming in, along with the Zumwalts as the future destroyer force. If anyone wants real fun, okay, please note the Flight 3 Burke currently being introduced is nowhere near as good as the Flight 3 Burke planned in the late 1980s. They're originally working out a Flight 3 Destroyer Leader variant of the Burke to replace the Tychos, anyway. And it would have carried basically enough VLS cells. It would have had more VLS cells than the Tychos. But it would have been extended and all sorts of things played around with it. Now, Harrigan, in Hornblower, if Hornblower did end a service with the Aurora Navy in 1910, how do you think his service in World War I and World War II would have if you based on what he did in the Napoleonic Wars? Traumatic. Let's be honest, Hornblower managed to get all the personal events, but also managed to seem to get to quite a few of the big battles. So it's going to be traumatic. He probably ends up in the Russian Civil War. He more than likely ends up in destroyers and small ships in the later parts of World War One, whilst in the earlier parts of World War One he's probably in a cruiser. And by World War Two, he's probably got an aircraft carrier, knowing his luck. Now, Timu, what should the Swedes built in the pre-World War One? They did pretty well, really. Can't think of anything the Swedes did too badly prior to World War One. They needed slightly more assets, but honestly, for them to have more assets, they also needed to probably invest in more infrastructure, and realistically, there's a limit to what spending they can support without themselves getting into trouble. The Swedes base a lot of their support off you having both land-based artillery and sea-based artillery to engage targets. They like forts, they like mobile guns, and they like ships. All of them combined as part of the defense. And that does work quite well.
It's also like mines. A lot.
Yes, they do like mines. Wasn't that, that was the lovely thing we found out. Of course, though, the fun time we had in Helsinki, we went to that place which was a. Oh, hang on. I don't think you joined us at Helsinki, did you? So you didn't get to see you didn't get to see the place which was the restaurant we went to eat, which was the former mine laying station, where they would lay the mines from to cover the harbour.
Remind me whether I can prepare a talk for early June,
Mm-hmm.
in case I end up having to brain you beforehand, or do I just wait till afterwards? Test out some of the nifty kit they've got.
You also missed out. Of course, you missed out on Helsinki. You missed out on Tallinn. Drac also. To be fair, Drac also missed out on Tallinn. I don't think Drac has ever forgiven me for that. They missed the submarine. They did. It was torturous for them. Knights of Griffin for Dragon and Foxer, as it's basically been soft confirmed that KMS will be getting the Azulane 9th anniversary UR event as the Call to Arms has been released. What ships do you want to see?
No clue. I haven't been keeping up with it.
Dragon? Dragon is hiding, I decided from this one.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah. Well, Fox. So you gave it a good shot. And when Dragon returns back, he won't be able to hide for any longer. Duke Manager, how was the Reichsmarine planning to conduct any kind of war in the 1920s, if it even came to it? How would they delay their doom? Torpedo boats and prey. In the 1920s, it's torpedo boats and prey. They're putting everything into the torpedo boats and trying to sort of keep them going. And they've got a few pre-dreadnoughts wandering around. They've got a few other assets wandering around, but not much. So basically, it's torpedo boats and prey. And yeah, they didn't really have much of a safe advantage in there. We answered that one. Sarah Thompson, how likely is it for the US to recreate the mass Liberty victory ship building program in World War II today? Incredibly unlikely. And the reason I say incredibly unlikely is because even though it wasn't a massive amount of shipyard workers, it was a massive amount of industrial workers who were experienced with industrial work. And if you expanded already the armaments industry and the production of the existing facilities, I don't think you would have much workers free. And whilst people then go, well, why not you build robot factories? Can't you build a robotic shipyard that churns out the ships? Theoretically, you can, but that's not going to be a quick thing to create. Robot factories, automating factories as much as we have done with car factories and other things, is not an easy process. It's not just I want robots, make them do my work. It's a lot of development, a lot of time gone into them, and some of the fun things. I had some fun times discussing various production facilities in Japan when I was out there. And I did actually raise up with a couple of people, what about the idea of, are they using robots? Are they? And there is the thing of, yes, to an extent they are, but there's also the fact that quite a lot of the stuff you're using, it's the scale of it and the stuff you want moved is actually difficult for a robot to deal with and be set up to deal with in an efficient manner. And I think that's the problematic criteria. It's an efficient manner. So you're basically going to be dependent on still having a large amount of human workforce, which you're going to have to train from scratch. And I don't see that necessarily happening. And I don't think a Liberty ship style program is likely at current circumstances. It's not impossible to do. I'm not saying never is never. I'm just saying trying to recreate it would take decades. Decades. Alright, next question. Which is... Well, bros, this is Mother's Day. Any noteworthy naval females to honour today? Anyone's? Well, actually, it's Mother's Day in America, isn't it? I don't think it's Mother's Day in the UK. I'm just checking. He's just frantically checking, but I'm fairly sure it isn't. Probably the one you will know, you might know heard about, but probably will have the least knowledge of how important she is to the way you live today is Grace Hopper. A U.S. Navy, given the rank of Admiral in the U.S. Navy. She was... probably one of the most critical early, computer programmers that have ever graced the armed forces of the United States. She was really, really useful. So I'd say Grace Hopper. Hello, Dragon.
Sorry, I had to go deal with something for a moment.
I guess that, but that means we've saved a question for you.
Oh, joy.
For Dragon and Foxo from Knight. Foxo's already read her opinion. As it is basically been soft confirmed that the KMS will be getting the Azur Lane 9th CN Anniversary UR event as the call to arms has been released, which ships do you want to see?
I think we literally have like almost every single German paper design now as well. They're either going to have to start going backwards again, get more World War I stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're going to be doing some really weird stuff like what's called the Hildebrand from World of Warships, which is one of the German Atlantic Kreuzer programs where, yes, let's take 2 triple turrets from a battle cruiser / battleship, stick it on a cruiser, and then make 2/3 the ship a flight deck. And give it Zeppelin twin 6-inch secondaries for good measure. So unless they start doing something like that, a bit like Fritz Rumi is, though she's more battleship based,
Mhm.
I'm not actually sure. They're kind of running out of options.
I kind of have visions of them doing sort of, yeah, as part of our experimentation projects, we tried seeing what happened when we got the designers really, really high on they oxygen deprived, and then we saw what chips they designed. The problem was the Pure saw them and he likes them.
Can I just say something very weird? And I do apologise because I've been scratching my nose and then tasting in front of everyone on the thing, and it's scratching top nose. For some reason, I had dry gravy on my nose and I didn't notice it. And I don't know how, because I've literally had a shower and everything since straight in, so how dry gravy has survived on my nose that long, I don't know what's happened. I now feel very, very unclean, and I'm sort of going, I had a nice long Hollywood shower. Um, oh, caramba. Sorry about that, everyone, because you might have wondered what the friggin' I was doing while I was scratching my nose. Because I'm going, why is this? It smells like gravy. That is gravy. What the hell does that happen? Oh,
Let's be honest, it could have been worse.
it could have been worse, but I'm just there going, where did the gravy come from? How did I get dry gravy on the bridge of my nose?
There are some questions in life we do not ask.
Oh.
Let's be learning answers.
New IKB, for anyone planning to go to Leeds, is there anyone from the south who could give me a lift? Can do my share of driving needed. This is from New IKB. Basically, I would say for Leeds, going to Leeds, everyone talk with Leslie. If there are people driving up from the south, please do have a chat. And yeah, see.
The train from King's Cross is about 30 quid direct
Mm-hmm.
certainly on Friday. I've just booked it. Admittedly one way, but yeah, it's under 30 quid. So hopefully that's not too far out of people's price ranges.
Yeah, Mum's Day here is March. We're okay, Karen. We are okay in the UK. I also checked. It's March. It's fine.
Oh wait, sugar, Sammy's, I've missed it.
Yeah. Knight 681. Plan Z's D class haven't been used yet. Well, then I guess it'll be them. Actually, no. If you want to know, this is a bit of Alex lore for you all. Right. So when I was young, I was playing rugby at school, and I scored a try, but in the process, I punctured my head on the rugby post. Literally punctured it. And I was sitting in the office waiting to be taken to the hospital. I was fine. They called my family. They decided I didn't need to call the ambulance, as I seemed to be perfectly lucid. Afterwards, the A&E doctors felt I should have probably had an ambulance called, but seeing as I was okay, nothing problem happened. In those days, it was a case of, you are okay, it's fine. No, we're not going to start having bureaucracy growing involved. But I managed to cause my school, the secretary of my school, who was actually the wife of the school's principal, to faint. Because I was holding the bandage up with my hand. At one point, the bandage wasn't was taken off, and so I was holding it with just my bare hand. And when the bandage was placed, I replaced it, and I licked the blood off my hand. I went, "Oh, it tastes like strawberries," and that caused her to faint. So yeah, I was a lovely young man. I really was. That was me aged, I think I was 14, 13, something like that.
Yeah. It reminds me of back when I was in high school when I broke my ankle. I told the school when, oh, you sprained it, you can go to hospital after school, because it was like 2:30. And the hospital was nearby. So I walked there after school. And then the guy, Dr. A&E, was like, "You are aware you've broken it, right? It's not swelling like that because it's sprained.
'Tis but a scratch. 'Tis but a scratch."
to be fair, young people will actually tear a flake off the bone rather than because the tendons are actually tougher than your bone. So you'll tear a piece off your bone and technically have a fracture rather than a sprain.
Am I the only one who hasn't injured himself in some significant way?
Oh,
It just keeps coming,
if you
it
think
keeps
that
coming up.
if you think that's the extent of my injuries, then that's a nice
No, I
time.
know it's not. This keeps making me go more and more like.
Yeah.
Everyone I know has had some sort of childhood. Ah, yes, I broke X, Y, Z.
I've
As I'm aware.
I've fallen down a cliff because the rope I was on decided to snap, which is one of the reasons why I, after that, decided I was going to focus on free climbing, because I decided it was safer than relying on a rope. I have... let's see, what was the other one I did? I ended up in A&E about, for serious injuries, about 6-7 times in my before I reached the age of 18. Most of them were got after the age of... Only one was before the age of 10. The one before 10 was because I... Well... Basically decided that a doggy needed rescuing. And I was quite right, the doggy did need rescuing. But I probably shouldn't have tried to clamber over the wall and down the railway bank myself. I probably should have got an adult.
No, you shouldn't have tried to climb down a railway embankment.
I was fine.
No, I'm fairly sure there are quite a lot of instructional videos I remember watching that say you shouldn't.
I only damaged my ankle getting up the bank afterwards. I was perfectly fine. No trains came. I got the doggy. And I got the doggy to safety, and then I went to hospital.
It feels very railway children.
And my mother may have told my grandfather off for letting me go wandering.
Sounding even more.
Yeah. What was that good? It was next time my grandfather was wandering with me, so it was a 80-something-year-old gentleman and a 11-year-old trying to doing these things together. That made it a lot safer. Oh. Harrogudgeon, what?
Not sure that makes it better.
Yeah. Harrogudgeon, what kind of sports and teams are you guys following, and why? I sort of follow rugby with the Harlequins, but I have to admit I've kind of not been following it as well as religiously as I should do, and usually would do with all the building work going on. Anyone else?
Basically only international stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I also should do teams. Oh, sorry, go on, Dan.
While you're discussing this, I'm going to quickly grab another Iron Brew can.
International rugby union, a bit England, and women's football, England team. But that's about it. I don't think there's anything else. Sorry, you were saying.
I don't really support Teams because the only team I follow is Microsoft Teams. But then again, I'm a rally enjoyer, so you don't so much root for the team as you vote for the apparently respawning driver.
Yeah, I do. I do enjoy. I do enjoy watching the World Rally Championships and those things, but I have to admit, I don't really have a driver in there I particularly support over the others. I just enjoy watching the driving. I do support Subaru whenever I see one, but that's just because I'm biased.
Yeah, I pray for them because they seem to believe that they can respawn if they die.
What I'm doing possible is bring back Group B and Group S.
Oh yeah.
Because I've actually been to the the Highland Rally. There's nothing like seeing a Ford Focus looking vehicle jumping sideways across an embankment, across a small peak at 120 mile an hour and watching the car drive off. The driver hasn't spooked themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I more support some of the corners. I think they're the kind of key players in that sport. Certainly, they're the ones that get killed.
Can I just say something? Counterface, how are you winding up the Nightbot this already today? Counterface is already upsetting Nightbot. I'm not sure how.
Similar to others, I don't watch sports and don't really support or look at for any groups in particular.
Yeah. Also, Trippers, how would you rate Carl Donnett's leader of the Kriegsmarines compared to Raider? I've actually done videos about both of them. I would say Raider was trying to build a better fleet. Donitz was trying to make the fleet survive at all. I would say Raider is probably the better one for peacetime. Donitz is probably better for wartime. But honestly, both of them are given semi-impossible tasks because of the funding position of the Kriegsmarine later on of the Reichsmarine later on the Kriegsmarine, because of the realities of them.
I'd have almost said the opposite, because Durnit seems to be able to play the politics better. Or at least the nasty party politics.
Oh, he's able to play it better in peacetime. In wartime, he isn't. That's his problem. He plays it well in peacetime, but wartime the conditions change, and he doesn't change quickly enough to really realise it's changing.
And the problem is Raider, he was preparing for a war that he was never going to be able to fight.
No.
He wanted to have the IC fleet monitors, which just wasn't going to happen because the Royal Navy left.
Yeah.
Not to give them the chance.
Yeah. I said, and let's see, everyone, is it a misconception that for the British Empire battlecruisers, their speed and range is primary importance, and number of guns and thickness of armour is secondary? Not for the Invincibles and their Genesis line, but for the ones which were coming from Tiger, and to extent the G3s and F3s and those sort of ones, no. That wasn't. They were sort of. It's an interesting thing, and when you start to get Vanguard as well, yeah. So basically, Renown Repulse, yes. The Admirals, to an extent, in their first design, but they were revised post Jutland. That's what caused some of the issues with them. And Invincibles, certainly. Indefatigables, I would say, look at the evidence yourself, and you'll see that. And as you're going from the Lions to Tiger, you get this. You get more and more of a transition towards something which is built where guns and armor coverage is important, not necessarily thickness. Okay, this is one of the troubles: is that people sometimes put the armor down as the thickness, and go, "Wow, this battlecruiser has the same thickness of armor as this battleship. Therefore, this must be a fast battleship." And you go, "Yes, but the armor of, but it was like." Let's say the Cadwine Brew is your battlecruiser. That's your battleship. And let's say for your battleship, everything painted orange has got armor on it. And everything blue is the maximum thickness of armor it carries. Okay? And then on your battlecruiser, everything white and blue is what is armored. And on this patch of blue only is where it's most thickly armoured. That's the difference between a battlecruiser and a battleship's armour scheme. And once you're looking at fast battleships, again, they'll have a far larger chunk of them actually armoured. So let's say if you're dealing with the Iowas, in terms of their coverage, they would be most of the orange. It has got armor coverage on it. So whilst you might have the same thickness of armour, where that armour covers is very different than where it might come on a battleship. Right then. Steve, Alex, is there any reason anyone has found why the different Arleigh subclasses were not given their separate names? Literally because it's easier to keep them as Burks. It's kind of like the Hornet scenario versus the Super Hornet. If they are Burks, then you're just asking for the next... Basically, if it's a Burke, you're just asking for more of the same, which is a safe political thing to do. Because people have ordered it before. So you ordering more is not going to get you into trouble if things go wrong. I try and explain this often. You can get a lot of inertia in procurement, because if you cancel something or if you procure something new and it goes wrong, you're going to end up with egg on your face and you're going to end up getting the blame. Whereas if you continue procuring what was already procured, just the latest variant of it, if there's a problem, it's not your fault. It's everyone else's fault.
Right.
You were doing the logical, obvious, sensible thing. And politicians spend a lot of their time, and political leadership as a whole of many countries, is focused on not getting blamed as part of their decision process. They don't want to be blamed if things go wrong. Now, this is a fun one from Ploppy708. I'm going to throw this open to the panel, and then I'll get in. Why is 76mm AK 3-inch, aka 12-pounder, so popular as a naval gun caliber?
It kind
Because-
of works. Go on, Foxer.
As far as I understand it, it's big enough that from sort of the 1880s onwards, it's big enough you can reliably do funny stuff with shells.
Mhm.
But while being small enough that it's a relatively, for its period, quick firing gun that's small, light, and doesn't need a lot of bells and whistles.
Obviously, this evolves when it becomes the 76mm AA guns, especially, and when they go then further into the post-World War II stuff, where you've then got full guidance capability for them. They sort of fit, I would have said they fit that perfect level where it, as Foxer said, it's a small enough mount that has performance adequate for the space it takes up.
Mhm.
And can be used in multiple different roles.
Yeah.
And I remember reading that 3-inch to a degree was chosen over the 40mm for a lot of the post-war period, early post-war period, because the 3-inch could effectively use early proximity fuses, and what's it called?
Yeah.
Whereas the 40mm couldn't.
And I have to say, that's one of the scenarios you have, is that the 76mm is one of these weapons which is big enough you can, as you can say, do funny things with it. You can really adapt it, and really, it's a flexible size. You can get stuff into it. It's not so small. You're dealing with really, really tiny engineering. You are dealing with small engineering, yes, but not so tiny. It's also big enough to do damage in most scenarios. It's going to have a fairly long range. It's going to have a fairly high rate of fire. And it sort of sits there at this sort of sweet spot. And as I've tried to explain many times, there are sweet spots in size of ships for what you want to do with them. There are sweet spots in guns. There are sweet spots in size of these weapons for what the things you want to do. And 76mm is one of those sweet spots. And it's really interesting because I think one of the reasons I was once told why the British hadn't kept going with the 3-inch gun was with the 4.5-inch gun. It's just close enough to the 3-inch that it looks silly if you carry it carry both. upgrading to the 5-inch is being treated by some as a chance to go, okay, we can also have the 3-inch now, because there's 2 inches, there's enough separation between these that we can justify it as separate weapon systems. I suggested they should go the whole hog and go up to 155mm, but no one wanted to listen to me on that one.
Or at least 140, go to 5.5 inch. Or 130mm, 5.25. The other thing about the 3-inch I'm suspicious about is I just wonder whether there's an element of we've been making them so long we have the ballistics down pat so you can play around with it more.
Oh yes, there is. That is definitely a case. You know,
it's like one of the reasons we keep coming back to the same things is because you experiment with it. It's the same reason why all of the kind of electronic automated switchboards work if you speak to them with the kind of accent of the people who invented them.
Yes.
Whereas if you have a different accent and voice, it doesn't always understand.
I would say, everyone, there is because apparently someone in Twitch is watching us from Myanmar. Hello. I hope you're enjoying the video. I do have down the bottom of my thing, if you scroll down, on the panels on the things, you will find current viewer locations, which was one of those things which they offered me when I started to set up Twitch. Also with a historical schedule, so people would know when I normally broadcast, so that therefore they have an idea of when I normally am going to broadcast, rather than me putting up a schedule in advance, me going, this is when I normally broadcast, so you guys can find it in me. Are down the bottom, and I always found them cute. I've always found it really interesting that I get some people from there, and sometimes things show up and I go, I didn't realise anyone from there would be watching me, and it's really nice to be watched by people who are interested in naval history from around the world. Now, Stafford Thompson, how difficult would it be to convert modern fishing trawlers into combat patrol vessels in the event of a global hot war?
Very.
On a theoretical level, not that difficult. On a practical level of putting weapons on them which are viable for the weapons ranges and systems you're going to experience in a modern hot war, that's more difficult because of the production lines for those weapons. You can probably convert them into some sort of armed merchant cruiser style ship with some sort of drone box and things on them. You've got some space, but it's going to be fun, and then there's going to be power generation issues, and let's put it this way, it's one of those things which I would like to see them maybe practicing a couple of times in peacetime before relying on it in a wartime scenario, if that makes sense. What do you think, panel?
When in doubt, turn your trawlers and your large fishing ships into mine layers. Because they've already got massive amounts of cargo space and large voids in them.
Yeah.
And cranes.
Yeah.
And plausible deniability.
Yeah. Jacob wants to get back with naming ships or other ships' guns by their poundage, not just their inch or millimeter sizing. Oh, that could be fun. But the reason I always mention that the 76mm 3-inch gun is also the 12-pounder is because once you start mentioning that, you sort of go, hang on, how long has this been around for? And you go, well, think about the 12-pounder in terms of cannon. And this is how long. Think of how common 12-pounders were in the age of sail. Right, so, that being said, next question. How come we're ship-based sports teams in World War I? E.g., was there an HMS Queen Elizabeth cricket squad? Yes. and very common. But the sports teams were more, how do I put it? They might play on deck or something like that. Well, at sea if they've got downtime. But more a case of, we've come to port. We're going to be having a sporting competition with this ship or that ship or amongst this flotilla. Yeah? We need a team. Form one now. Yes, sir. It was a fun one. Let's see, Clarke. So it's a 9-pounder, 57mm then. Well, the 40mm is otherwise known as what gun? The 2-pounder. So start thinking about what might happen.
57 is a 6-pounder, and I want
Yes.
to call it that. The use on ships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's sort of it. 1941. In Azur Lane, Hood's rig was lost in Chesero, I think it is. Then Hood nearly dies in Pledge of the Radiant Court. Won't second Sea Lord be fired over it, as Health of Royal Navy Canson would be the second Sea Lord's responsibility?
Dragon?
No. Because
Life happens?
Hood takes damage fighting Bismarck Black Cube, as well as I recall. And that's why. And then when she nearly dies in Pledge of Radiant Court, that's basically because her injuries have not been able to be healed, and they're effectively overwhelming her body. So you don't really blame them for failing to do that when they physically can't heal her. It's effectively Hood was basically a terminal patient. The fact that she's able to be brought back with Type 2 rigging was considered practically a miracle for them, that they were actually able to keep Hood alive. There's even Type 2, technically it's not even Type 2 as I recall, it's more, but they use some of the stuff from it, and yeah, it's weird. But, and also I'm not even sure if the health of the Canson would be the second Sea Lord's responsibility.
No,
because as soon as your ships gain sentience, it becomes a lot harder to say who's responsible.
probably still the third Sea Lord, knowing their luck.
And I'm guessing even the Royal Navy in this town would understand that when someone goes off to war, stuff happens.
Yeah, they usually understand that one.
Like, shrapnel does not care who you are. If you're in its way, it will go through you.
Yeah. Right. To answer the question which is in the chat but hasn't made it into the questions because the questions are open from Slayer Death. How do we get the idea to develop a network of subsea cables across the Atlantic? It starts off with cables going across the channel and grows from there. Basically, I think it's 1851. Let me check my notes. Yeah. It was laid in 1850. The first line was a copper wire coated with a substance called gutta percha, which is an interesting substance. It's worthwhile looking up, but it's an interesting substance. And the next ones were proper cores, which were laid in 1851, and eventually you get Submarine Telegraph Company, and it's them who started off and start laying it all, and then eventually you get the transatlantic cables. But they are they're laid in. Their first one's planned to be laid in 1858, but then they do it in 1865 and 1866. She also, they also laid cables all the way to India from Aden in 1870 and all sorts of things. So, basically the cables that expand quickly because, believe it or not, the one thing the world is never short of is thirst for information. So, Listine, what work has been done on the Horizon AW anti-air warfare replacement? Oof. Not that much technically. Basically, Aquilia is started up, and that's the next generation missile system, realistically, which is theoretically a theatre ballistic missile defense and those things, but it was also taken off from what was originally the Asta 45 program for about 5 minutes. And yeah, it's one of the things of there are lots of ideas being put forward, but so far not much because I'm not quite sure how it's going to shake out, which crews are going to go where. Because potentially it's Italian-French for the Italians, Franco-Italians. Potentially also it's British, Italian, and Japanese. Because there is some ideas being discussed alongside the Tempest program of other wider involvement. And basically MBDA would be happy to get involved in that kind of mix-up. And whilst they wouldn't necessarily get the Franco portion of their organisation involved, if they got the British and the Italian portions, and they've also got a Japanese friend involved, that's going to be an interesting budget thing. But there's also potentially the French get involved in that one. But there again, the Japanese might decide to stick purely with the standard missile program. But there is a discussion where they're looking at growing their own missile capability, their own missile production capabilities, and design development capabilities, and that would be a good program for them to get involved in, because realistically, and this is the small problem, okay? The standard program produces great missiles, it really does. But because the US buys so many and is such a factor in it, it's basically the whole system is going to be structured around the needs of America. Understandably, they are the biggest customer, they are the biggest funder, the biggest counterpart. That's the key. So if you're trying to grow your own organic capability, your own national capability, that's not necessarily a program which is good for you to be part of longer term, because your needs are always going to be very low down a list of priorities for understandable and logical reasons. This isn't bad, this is just the reality. Okay? So joining in the European MBDA-led program could be an interesting one for them to go. So it's an interesting scenario, really, looking at that. The Horizon. There's also other nations which could be part of it. India, of course, has done a lot of stuff with Israeli-based missiles, but they're again looking to try and break out outside. There is some interesting discussions I've been hearing about. Very early discussions, and this is one of the things which I wish I was going to the Naval event in Farnborough, because there's a lot of people I would like to be chatting with, but I'm just so much work going on with the building on the house. In fact, I'm going away the following week I'm going away to Rotterdam and then to Leeds for TwitchCon and then for the Leeds Armory conferences. I couldn't spare the time to go, but there were a lot of people I wanted to get there and start chatting with and go, so what am I hearing, or what's potentially going on here? What potentially can you tell me? And of course, you ask that question for them when they're in a conference, and if you're sensible, you book a hotel, and you stay, and in the evening, you make sure you're in the local pubs, chatting away with the same people you've been chatting with all day, and ask the same questions. And see if you get the same answer, or if you get a slightly different answer. And then you start reading between the lines. But yeah, it's there are options, but we're very much early days on the Horizon anti-air warfare replacement. Very much early days. And there's the fact that currently the only thing that's overshadowing the state of the Royal Navy at the moment in UK political circles is the state of our own current ruling party and the issues they're having. And it's a case of I wouldn't be surprised if there are quite a lot of politicians who are getting the idea they don't want to have this happen to them again. Right. Night Zero, when Hood was planned for reconstruction, what made the 7 twin quick-firing 4-inch 45 cal Mark 16 adequate replacement of the 12 5.5-inch guns in the short term? Basically, it's the fact that the 4-inch are the better and available AA anti-aircraft guns, whereas the 5.5-inch guns were literally only really on her and a couple of one up. There's like 4 ships in the Royal Navy which had the 5.5-inch fitted at the same time after World War One.
Her, Hermes, and there were the 2 town class which took the armament off the Greeks.
Yes.
And Eagle might have had them, but I'm not sure. At one point. But very few ships ended up using them. They were good guns. Kind of a pity, but yeah.
Dichosis. I do something similar to that at those shows. I usually go try and talk to the salespeople during the day and pick out the engineers to talk to in the evening, and I avoid the talking heads.
The other thing was Hood's reconstruction. They weren't going to use the 4-inch 45s.
No.
They were going to use either the 4.5-inch or the 5.25.
I think that's the later one. There was an earlier plan where they were planning on using the 4-inch ones. But that was one which wasn't done in time.
That might have just. I think that might have just been an interim rearmament.
Yeah.
To improve the anti-aircraft firepower. That was kind of more.
Yeah.
That was less of a substitution and more of a. We're getting rid of these 5.5-inch guns because no one has them, and we're just phasing them out of service. And oh look, you need some decent 4-inch guns. Oh, you got fitted with some of those triple 4-inch guns like Repulse had. Oh, you poor thing. Here, have some ones that actually might work.
Volunteer per Order 07. I honestly did think during the last election scenario that both major parties were trying to lose the election. I said it at the time, and I'll say it again. It did cross my mind quite a lot with some of the stuff they were doing. I don't think either one to be blamed for what was coming next. Right. Karen 151. During the American Civil War, did the USN have a ship that could effectively attack the Great Eastern when she's being used as a troop ship, or was she too big and too quick? I don't think that Great Eastern, was she involved as a troop ship during the American Civil War?
I mean, she could have been, but I don't think she was.
No, she wasn't.
I think it's part of I think it's part of people's alternate scenarios where, for some reason, they think Britain would side with the Confederacy.
I know, because basically the whole thing is, if Britain had sided with the Confederacy, that's about their only chance of winning, or at least surviving. Because the British could break the blockade and supply enough weapons to the Confederacy to actually arm their armies, which might mean they actually end up with a logistics system going on. But yeah, that's if the British wanted to create basically a client state in America. I don't think that they didn't. Nope. No. She was contracted out to Sirius West Field to lay underwater cables, but she wasn't used as Great Eastern had many fun times with various interesting stock plans. but technically her top speed was 14 knots. So whilst there are certainly there are a few things which catch it, there aren't many things that could. It would have been fun to watch them try. And also there's the fact that if you've got something like the Great Eastern wandering around, that's quite a high value asset. If it's being used as a troop ship, that's quite a high profile, high value asset. At which point, it's probably got an escort, aka something called Warrior or Black Prince along with it, going, so, you want a tango. And as I've said before, the US Navy has a lot of very good ships in the American Civil War. They don't have, without old Ironsides or something like that being completed, they really don't have the asset to deal with something like Warrior or Black Prince. The monitors are great, but they're only great if the Black Prince or the Warrior gets close inshore and isn't manoeuvring. If it's a manoeuvring, it's possibly able to sink the monitor with its bow wave. And again, I don't mean this in a rude scenario, I mean this is the scenario of what the Congress had funded the US Navy to.
I object to that description. It's what the Congress had failed to fund the US Navy to.
Well, no, that would suggest that if they'd actually managed to be trying to fund it better. That's why I avoided that one. The British were, how do I put this? The British are one of the most virulent anti-slave nations in the world at that point.
Once we stopped making money from it and people started paying people to stop slavery, they got
there
very
was
into it.
actually an interesting idea put forward a few years ago that the British actually encouraged the American Civil War to end slavery in America. And whilst the arguments put forward during it were spurious at the best, incredulous at worst, it was actually possibly closer to the truth than closer to reality than the British getting involved in the war on the side of the Confederate States, because they abhorred slavery that much. And please note, there are 3 reasons they don't like slavery, and there are 3 different groups in the British government and British situation which don't like slavery. There are the passionate ideologues of fairness, etc., who hate slavery. There are the economic, businessmen, entrepreneurs who hate slavery. They hate slavery because slaves don't buy things.
Slaves don't pay taxes.
Yeah, that's actually the last group, which is the government ministers who don't pay taxes. That's the 3 groups who don't like slavery in the British. That's the thing. There are the nice people who don't like slavery because it's slavery. There is also a chunk of people who don't like slavery because slaves aren't customers. Slaves can't buy anything, and you don't buy stuff for your slaves. You don't buy good quality clothes. You don't buy good quality pots and pans and things for them. So they're not good commercial units as far as they're concerned. And then there's the government ones who don't like slaves because slaves automatically mean 2 things. 1, there are people who aren't paying taxes, and 2, you need to have a larger armed forces to keep these people in check because they're incentivized to rebel because they've got nothing worth keeping hold of. They literally have nothing. People who have something are less likely to rebel than people who have nothing, because people who have nothing to lose. They can only gain by rebelling. People who actually have something to protect, and therefore are less likely to rebel. So it's both they don't make you money and they cost you money as a government from a government perspective.
It's sort of like how in the antebellum South, pre-Civil War.
Oh, listening to this, yes, she was contracted to carry 2,000 troops to Canada in 86-1, according to the Wikipedia. Oh, I haven't read that. I'll have to go check the Wikipedia. But, yeah. But then, 2,000 troops to Quebec. Thank you, Carol. Well, yeah. Again, there's nothing really the Americans can do to catch her, and I'm fairly certain by the time she gets into range of Canada, there's going to be one of the local warships of the North America station is going to be not very far away. But also, Britain wasn't actively involved in the war at that point, so why would the Americans be hunting down a British ship with 2,000 troops on it? That'd be interesting. Volunteer per Order 07. As a continuation of my previous question, would the Royal Navy be better served by 2 Tigers being available or HMS Bulwark during the Falklands War? Okay. Bulwark would be useful. Yes. But I'm going to lean towards the Tigers, and there's a reason for it, okay? A, you end up with a command ship for Michael Clapp, the Commodore of his task group, to work from, rather than having to work from Fearless or Intrepid. In which case you have space for proper staff, and you can do proper staff things and properly run it. And the other thing is their air defense firepower would be kind of useful in San Carlos Bay. And the other thing they'd be useful for is maybe you get the Vice Admiral, Derek Rafael, sent south because of it. Because he actually has a command ship to go south unavailable instead of waiting for HMS Bristol to be available. So, Duff, couldn't you argue that the UK using the Royal Navy to stamp out global trade was partly because they already knew that if they couldn't profit from slavery anymore, then neither should anyone else? Oh, there is that, but it's also a great advantage in causing other people trouble. If you're stamping out slavery, you get to stop and search would-be slaving ships and potential slaving ships. You can have all sorts of fun with that, Slayer Duff. You really can. You can muck up all sorts of other people's trade routes and other people's important precious trades, which are, let's say, time-sensitive deliveries. You can cause all sorts of fun. And all for a good cause. And who can be mad with you because you're ending slavery? That's a good thing. Look, was it a good thing that Britain did? Yes. Were they doing it for all doing it for the purest of motives? No. Did what after they freed it? Did they occasionally use it as justification for doing things which were definitely in the national interest more than necessarily that was required by anti-slavery patrols? Certainly. To be honest, the British were also the ones who put the biggest dent, not just in the slave trade going across the Atlantic, but the slave trade going across the Indian Ocean. And yeah, that was a really big deal.
Steve is trying to say we are basically out of questions. Do you want the questions opened?
Yes, please, let's open questions. And I will do this. So, yeah. Calvin, what is your prediction? What is your prediction on the oil, gas, fertilizer, Gulf situation? It doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. So watch for energy spikes in about July, August, when your big power companies start ordering and securing huge amounts of physical fuel for winter and start stockpiling for winter. Because to an extent they've been running down some of their stockpiles to try and ease some of the price increases. I'm sure they've been passing on the price increases still to the public, but they've been trying to run it down to try and see themselves through so they can reduce their expenses or keep their expenses as minimum as possible. But they're only going to go for so long, and winter fuel and winter energy is going to be really important. I'd also say look, I don't like to do this. Can always sound like an alarmist personality, but I'm not. But I am, as I think Most people who tell you about it, I'm the sort who basically takes the scout motto of being prepared to heart. And I would say, looking ahead, especially if this starts to carry on into the later summer, into the autumn, it might be good to make sure you've got provisions in your house for dealing with power cuts if they happen, or brownouts and things like that. Because energy shortages and energy hiccups can have a way of multiplying issues. So batteries, portable lights, those sort of systems, definitely some thermal stuff, those things is always a good idea to have. Okay? That's not me being alarmist, that's me being... and I don't want to use the word prepper because that these days has connotations which I don't need discussed and need brought up in the stream. It's politics. That's what people have put to it versus what it used to be. But it used to be the idea was it was about being prepared. But there are now some people in the what's now become the prepper community who I swear are almost looking forward to things to show that they've spent so much money and they're so prepped. It's one thing to make sure you're okay for emergencies. There is a reason why I have snow tires and things like that, even though I live in Cornwall, because occasionally when snow does hit, it gets really, really interesting, but it's very rare. But I still have snow tires for my car, or rather snow chains to go on my tires. These are the things you do sensibly. And it's the same with looking ahead at the moment. If the energy market continues to be what it is, if there continues to be the disruption in it that there is, there are going to be problems. Isn't an oracle to figure that out. So start slowly, making sure you have things available. You don't want to have to crash buy when everyone else is crash buying it. You want to be able to buy it in time with thought and actually get what you need. Okay? What do you think, panel? Was that appropriately phrased, or did I go too far or too little? Yeah. Because I'm not in the business of panicking people, because I don't see the point in doing that, but I do see the point in, being prepared a bit.
When in doubt, buy melee weapons.
No. We're not recommending that. But
there's very little a good pike can't protect you from.
We're talking about brownouts, not a zombie apocalypse. And no, you do not need 5,000 bog rolls, Leslie. You do not need that many. Why is it that every time in the UK there is any kind of crisis that they immediately think everything everyone does is buy loo roll?
Yeah. Just think about it. If I've got a pike and a sword and a crossbow, and my neighbour has supplies but they're unarmed, what's stopping me from sharing their supplies?
They're hidden behind a bog roll fort.
Probably that.
A siege. So then I must go and raid their kitchens and starve them out of their bog roll fort.
No, and definitely don't build bog roll forts. Shares in Andrex then from Plopper. Yes, shares in Andrex are always a good thing. For some reason in the UK, shares in Andrex are always sensible.
Shares in Andrex and shares in BAE. The line will always go up.
Okay. Duke Manager, how could the Carthaginians improve their naval disposition in the First Punic War?
They won, didn't they?
They won handily.
Yeah, thanks to their navy. But honestly, what they could have done to improve it is if they... How do I put this politely? The problem for the Carthaginians is they ran very much on the Greco model of standing up and shutting down their navy. And realistically, they needed to almost have... They needed almost for their empire, they needed more almost a They needed a larger, more permanent standing navy with appropriate support for it. That was their big problem, and that was eventually why the Romans were able to pretty much overwhelm them.
The very quick question I've got,
Yeah.
like very quick. Been reading about the whole U.S. Original U.S. Congress and the founding fathers' idea for a militia navy
Yes.
and a navy of small boats. And it occurs to me that that's basically a naval levy.
Yep.
About 200 years after they start to fall out of fashion.
Yes.
Is that like a correct interpretation of what they were trying to do?
Pretty much.
Okay.
It was that silly.
They had some very, very good ideals.
Lions. I'm just leaving it there.
As likely to be effective as most idealistic political philosophies and things.
Lions. If the U.S. Navy released an order on a more conventional variant of Zumwalt with Mark 41 and Mark 57 VLSs and a 5-inch gun, would it be easy to not turn either in addition or alongside the real variant? If they'd ordered that variant, and let's say it carried the AT Mark 57 VLS for their strike weapons, and it also carried, I don't know, 64 cells Mark 41 VLS, so it carried 144 cells of VLS firepower, and had a 5-inch gun forward. That thing would be still under construction. Because it'd be a case of, wow, this has got 64 cells dedicated for air defense, and 80 cells dedicated for strike. And by the way, those Mark 57 cells can also be put into air defense mode as well. So it's carrying 144 cells. Even better would have been if it, somehow had carried 64 and 32 Mark 41 VLS cells, or basically, so still carried 96 and the 80 Mark 57, but we'll leave that to one side. Basically, the thing the whole point I was trying to make was the Zumwalt would have been more successful and likely more taken on if they'd actually made it made some of its tech more flight-free Burke from the beginning, and some capabilities, and then added in the stuff the strike stuff, etc. they wanted. So it looked like it was a evolution of the Burke line in sense of it's still 50 to a certain extent in the destroyer world of the Burke. And the point I was trying to make was, to the extent the Americans were trying with the Zumwalts to make a warrior moment. And this is one of the reasons why I've been talking about the warrior moment a lot recently, to try and establish clearly what it was and how important it was. And the thing was, the warrior moment, as I said before, was the Gloire is actually in many ways the more modern ship. But the thing is, the Warrior's just as modern in technology she's using, but she fits the mould of what a frigate at the time looks like. So she looks like a frigate. So therefore, she's the one which impresses everyone. And that's the thing. The Zumwalt breaks the mould so much, and it's trying to do a very different mission set as well, that, it goes too far, and it gloires itself.
Which is at least better than burning yourself.
Yes.
In all senses of that.
Okay, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is your opinion on this second rate? I thought up. It would fight from 1750 to 1840. It would be a 2-deck 98 gunship with 2 chasers and 4 stern 24-pounders. The upper deck will be 24s, lower deck 32s. The hull is made of Cuban mahogany, with copper undersheath, and has 3 masts, 4 main aft. The name would be Gran Fortuna.
It's gonna cost a fortune, that being made out of mahogany.
She is. She's going to be fun to sail as well, because that's going to be a heavy hull.
Yeah, especially Cuban mahogany, which is one of the rarer types of mahogany. compared to Brazilian.
That ship is going to be a status asset on its own in terms of the amount of money you're spending on it. I'm going to be back in a second because my heating feels like it's turned off. So I'm just going to go check if my heating's on. I'll be back in a second. But I'll leave you guys with the Grand Fortuna for that.
Yeah. You're going to have every single prize crew on the planet hunting for that thing if any sort of thing that approaches what happens. Because there is millions of pounds of, in that time, tables, money, and mahogany there. Think of all the tables they could make.
That is a lot of luxury goods.
Like, unironically, a lot of hardwood in ships of the line got turned into tables.
Tables,
And that's what there's
chairs,
the,
various other things.
There's is it the resolution desk the Americans have got?
Yep.
So, yeah.
It's the one of the main Naval offices made from USS President, if I remember correctly.
No, it's made from a British ship, I think. I think it might have been a captured. Could be wrong.
Yeah. People are going to be wanting her not because she's a good ship. Because her combat capability is going to be pretty limited, given how heavy she is. And her cargo capacity is going to be limited because of how heavy she is. Because remember, the harder the denser the wood is, the less buoyant it is.
Who needs buoyancy? We have fighting spirit. Oh wait, no, that's the Japanese.
No, that's structural integrity, not buoyancy. The Megamis were plenty buoyant.
It was just sometimes upside down, the Japanese
Yeah,
boats.
but that was because the structural integrity failed. And we
No,
all
that's because that's not even structural integrity. It's too much top weight, which isn't a structural integrity issue.
pedantic.
Because it was entirely integral, the structure, but unfortunately the thing was positioned in the wrong areas,
It was the Megamis that had the issue of being way too lightly built for what they were.
and the destroyers and a few different ships of that period that Japan did.
It's why all of them the IGN get such good use out of the Fubukis. Because they're actually relatively conventionally heavily built for destroyers.
Yeah. Fun times. Heating has decided to reset across the entire house. So I have managed to get it working again. And I have also rewarded myself with a piece of cheese for being good and getting the heating working again.
Good boy. Pat yourself on the head.
We've come to the opinion that HMS for the Fortuna will be turned into about 400 deaths.
Oh yeah, that thing will be so many people will be after the decimate of that. Okay. Steve, the recent news stories on a shipbuilding museum northeast should be, as a group of military historians, express an opinion on how they should commemorate the huge number of warships that will be built in northeast yards. I'm going to wait to see what happens. I'm kind of interested in it, and I'm interested in the people behind it and everyone working on it, and it'll be interesting to see what is produced. But it's also one of those things of, I think they're going to find themselves getting into... it's one of those things which could quickly turn quite political in terms of the politics between the groups that were the different shipyards were built around, the cultures each shipyard, are still quite strong and still quite sure they were the most important and they were the best. So I could see them having a lot of fun. And I will see what happens. But I'm wishing them all the best and I'm looking forward to it. And if I can be of any help, I'll be of help. But I've already sent a message saying that and haven't heard anything, so... We'll see. Nice escape from one. So, what would it have taken to get Hood to have her modified armor and her plan armament before modifications force reduction to 5-inch gun battery and torpedo battery?
It would have, when she was rammed by, was it Renown that rammed her? If that had done more damage, and put her in a dockyard anyway, and messed up all of the plans, or if they could have done that just before Tiger was completely scrapped, so they could have hoiked her back out to as cover.
Yeah,
that would have been ideal.
That basically, it's got to be sort of that time. It's got to be a smash early enough, some point in the 1930s, but a smash big enough to require significant dockyard time, and also there's probably got to be a Tiger around as a backup. Sal Thompson, the Union requests to rent a Warrior-class ship to hunt down the Confederate cruisers out of France. How likely would the Crown and Royal Navy be willing to rent them to the Union? Not likely, because they needed them themselves for dealing with the other people's ironclads. And that's the problem. So the British probably wouldn't rent them out, but they're saying that, though, the British themselves might go, well, just make if they hit a British ship, we'll hunt them down. And the British did cause trouble for Confederate cruisers, because quite often the Royal Navy would quite happily tell people if they'd spotted one of them in an area. The Royal Navy were playing a lot of naughty games with the Confederate forces. You know, the British were happy to take money off the Confederates, they were less happy to actually supply them with ships. It caused political trouble, but that was, to be honest, as the Americans realised, the British were basically happy to do everything to take as much money as possible from either side, but they weren't actually going to help, particularly one of the sides. Malaga, is there any circumstances where the belly-flopping torpedo launch used by a swordfish was a disadvantage compared to the traditional launch method for torpedo planes? Not at the time. Not at the time. Realistically, the only effect is you have to stay flying straight and level for about 2 or 3 seconds at the time it takes for the torpedo to drop into the water. But even that's not so much a disadvantage as, yes, you got the risk, but you're likely to actually hit it. And why did my check mark get deleted from the Malaga one? Okay. Runon, 10th consecutive day of 12-hour shifts is coming to a close. Woohoo! Black Horse, how close did the R-Class get to catching Gneisenau in World War II? Closer than Gneisenau would like to admit, and the same with with Nelrods. A lot closer than they'd like to admit. But also, the R-Class had a habit of waiting for them. So the thing the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst found when they were trying to toy with an R-Class to get away from its convoy was it was supposed to chase one of them, and it didn't. It was letting them come to it. And that was its advantage. It was basically going, you will have to... The convoy is what you're after. To get to the convoy, you will have to go through me. So I will stay with the convoy. If I chase you, then your friend might get to the convoy while I'm chasing you down. So I won't bother to do that. I will stay with convoy. And maybe you can come say hello to me. And I can say hello to you.
And my hellos come wrapped up in 15-inch heavy armor piercing wrappings.
So basically, Knights again. So what would it have taken to get Hood to have her modified armor and her plan? Because you're putting in the chat, we didn't understand this. To have her modified armor and her plan armored before modifications force a reduction to 5.5-inch gun battery and torpedo battery. Look, it's gonna sound strange here, but Hood is a mangled ship in many ways as she's being built. And I want to say this because what happens is you have the design of the Admirals, which is first conceived by Jackie Fisher as first Sea Lord. And they are basically a continuation from the Indefatigables with 15-inch guns. Alright? They're being built on those eyes. They are battle cruiser, 2 words. They are all about the commerce warfare. They're all about the ranging around the world causing trouble. And basically, after Fisher falls, they start getting their first round of changes being put in. And then after Jutland, there's another round of changes put in. And it's changes, building upon changes, building upon changes. And the trouble is, Hood was far enough along that they were going to complete her. Even though it was changes upon changes, and some of those changes were actually contradicting each other. The other Admirals weren't so far along. And so that you have that as that's the reality. And for it to have modifications done during that process, if you were going to do any more changes to her at any point in that process, there is a good chance that Hood herself doesn't get completed. But the real problem for the Washington Naval Treaty then comes if Hood isn't completed and the other Admirals aren't completed, then the odds are the G3s are started, or one of the G3-esque designs from that alphabet soup is started at least a year, if not a year earlier, a year and a half earlier than historically the Gs were, which means they're probably completed just about the time the treaties are going to be agreed, and that's going to have a big effect on the treaties. I think potentially. Okay. What are we looking at? I've got my list here somewhere. This is the trouble with having it in an Excel spreadsheet and already having a dozen Excel spreadsheets open. Excel's going, no, you're cruel, you're torturing me.
I mean, to be fair, I say that about Excel every time I have to use it.
Well, you say Excel is torturing you.
Yes. Excel is evil. Or rather, it's just a terrible program.
So potentially, I'm looking at the design, the options and the designs being looked at. Trying to go by design date, what could be available, which is in a practical point of the battlecruisers, because if you don't have Hood, then the battlecruisers are even more important. G3 already was the first construction, so I'm surprised Foxa hasn't put forward an idea here. She's probably also racking her brain currently about it as options.
I want to say you get one of these things that's based off the design failures of the Admirals, going, how do we fix this? So, like, one of the Ks, and then gets massively cut down Nelson style in the treaty.
Well, And that's the thing. I was actually looking at the K designs, and the Ks and the ooh. There is a variant of the the J3 is an option,
Well, that's the one that come up.
because that's designed standardized by about early 1919, and that's 9 381mm guns, so that's 9 15-inch. Yeah, I think probably you'd sort of see something like the J3s, but again, if you have the J3s, if it's been built, it's 43,000 tons. It's capable of 32 knots, and it has a 305mm thick, 25-degree angled armor belt on its main belt. It has some armor coverage elsewhere. Yeah, that is that is a lot more armor coverage than you have on an Admiral class. Then that would have an interesting impact, because if you've got something, basically if you've got something like that which has entered service, probably it wouldn't be just one of them as well, because the British do like to order in batches of 4. It's potentially going to have an impact on the treaty limits, because you can ignore Hood to an extent because she's a one-off. If you've got 4 J3 style ships in service with 9 15-inch guns and all that stuff set up, then potentially you have a scenario whereby things are very different. There's also potentially you end up with something which is 9 16.5-inch guns. That definitely causes a difference, because that will cause both the gun size and the ship size to be different. Because if you've got 4 of them in service, then it's going to have to be 16.5-inch guns is going to be the limit, rather than a 16-inch, which is probably going to make the Americans a bit upset. But also, you're going to be talking 40-something thousand tons as your tonnage limitation. And would that become known as the Admiral class? Yes, because look at what the Royal Navy was naming things. After you have Hood, you then have Nelson and Rodney as next capital ships. This is the point I made. Every time someone tries to go, oh, they were going to be called the Saints or this. No, the Royal Navy's on an Admiral naming kick. They're going to be called Admiral names.
When you talk about that sort of thing, people always cite Saint Vincent, because she comes up quite a lot with that name in the Royal Navy.
Hmm?
People forget Saint Vincent was an admiral.
Yeah. Not a saint. And it's like, you sit there and go, okay, so how many ships has the Royal Navy had named St. George? Really
Very
few,
few,
and
isn't it?
a really small number, and the largest was basically a cruiser. How many do you think has had named St. Patrick?
It's only 1 or 2.
St. David?
I mean, St. George
No, on that one.
was still an Edgar class, so
Yeah,
those weren't small ships.
but the reality is, once you go St. Patrick, St. David, the reason the Royal Navy didn't go for the saint names is because they thought they stunk of popery, and that's what their enemies did, the French and the Spanish. It's not what the Royal Navy did.
Yeah.
I'm
That game with St. George got of like 120 gun first rate from 1840.
Yeah.
So there were capital ships named St. George. Then you got the former HMS Britannia in the 1760s, renamed St. George. Then 98 gun first rate. the second wave before that.
Mm-hmm.
Then one became the foundation for Chatham Dockyard.
Yeah. If you consider the St George's in the 17, which was originally named HMS Britannia in 1762, it's renamed HMS Princess Royal in 1812, then renamed HMS St George a few days later, and then within 7 years it's renamed HMS Barfleur.
And then 6 years later, it's broken up.
Yes. HMS St George in 1701 was a hulk brought in the 1701 from Mr. Stevens and sunk in 1716 as the foundation for Chatham Dockyard. HMS St George was a 96-gun first-rate launched in 1668 as the HMS Charles, renamed in 1687, rebuilt several times. These are not ships which are known for... Even HMS St George in 1840 was launched in 1840, did nothing, and sat around pretty much, and sold in 1883. It's just, yeah.
Proud tradition.
Yeah, it's... don't, you know, you start looking up then things like HMS St Patrick and it gets worse. The Royal Navy don't like saint names. And they don't treat them well.
I mean, you could even have a St David as named for as a town class because it's the smallest city in England and Wales.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like how you get a St Albans that come up randomly because they're named after the
towns or the duchies.
The Essex town of St Albans, whose claim to fame is the high school and a cathedral.
YouTube microphone. Would the Colorado class be rebored up to 16.5-inch guns? No. Because in a nicest way... How'd I put this? US Congress, if you turn around to them and go, I want to spend money reboring all these 16-inch guns up to 16.5-inch, they'd look at you and go, how much for half an inch? How much? You want to spend that much for half an inch? What would be really funny is if the British did fielded a 16.5-inch 50. Which is what it was actually on designs. They were looking at a 16.5-inch 50 in that sort of period. That's sort of similar period they ended up with a 15-inch 50. The 16.5-inch 50 would have been...
And who amongst us thinks that they wouldn't have done that simply out of spite?
Let's be honest, the British going around the world with four battle cruisers, which are each armed with 9 16.5-inch 50 guns, would be a very happy Royal Navy. It would also be, if they're all 32-knot ships as well, then that would really be an interesting thing for leading up to World War II. Because those ships would have been modernised. But Britain wouldn't have had Nelson and Rodney. Because you can't get that. Although, there again, if you've got a tonnage limit based on 45,000 tons, and you're allowed 15 such ships... then that would mean the British would have a battleship tonnage limit of 675,000 tons. That would mean they would have they would possibly have the number of space to be able to build in that level. It would be an interesting time to be alive. I think more likely if you get those things completed at that time, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't have if treaty negotiations don't take a few years longer. Which means you also potentially get the next generation of British battleships also built.
Here's a quick question.
Yeah.
With this sort of much greater and much more contested treaty, I mean, there's a good chance that it doesn't go through at all.
Yes.
So, at what point do ships sort of... Do you see the ship designs and escalation plateauing out as you go into the 20s? Sort of 18-inch guns, 20-inch guns, 17,
I'd say probably you are going to get some guns over 20 inches just for status assets. But I'd say reality is, especially when you're considering it's pre-radar fire control, it kind of becomes like the cruisers versus the 6-inch versus the 8-inch cruisers, where the sheer volume of fire from your 6-inch guns versus your 8-inch guns is going to be a problem. And again, if it's going to be a 16.5-inch gun, which is going to be the real problem, is fine. Because 16.5-inch is the highest you get the 16-inch rate of fire. Roughly, that sort of rate of fire is 16.5-inch. And then you've got a rate of fire which roughly guns which are 17-inch to roughly 20 inches can achieve. And then above 20 inches, they're even slower than that. And so you're pretty much dealing in the scenario of, okay, so they fired they have the same range. Yeah, they have pretty much the same range because as far as they can pretty much see, it's pretty much it's the same level of accuracy, but they're firing 3 to 4 times the volume of shells to us. Who's more likely to hit their target? And when you're being hit by a 16.5-inch shell versus a 2-inch shell, whilst being hit by both are going to be significant emotional events. And if you've been hit by 3 of the 16.5-inch shells, you probably aren't getting to hit the other target with your 22-inch shell because you've probably had quite a significant amount of damage. So it's one of those things of, yes, there will possibly be status assets out there with bigger 20-something inch guns, but those ships will be purely for someone to say, I've got the ship with the biggest guns, rather than I've got the most viable ship. And you also got the fact you've got navies like Britain wandering around, which are going, you have to remember the Royal Navy in the treaties are prepared to accept a reduction in 8-inch guns so they can have more 6-inch gunships. They're already at that level. The Royal Navy might sit there and go, we're going to keep 16.5-inch guns. They might have something, but they might very quickly get back to just keeping the 16.5-inch guns once they have them in service. And it could be the same for the US Navy in the 16-inch 50s. You could get a whole argument going on between the Americans and the Brits over whether the 16-inch 50 is better than the 16.5-inch 50. And a lot of historians having this argument, and then there's going to be historians like myself and Draco who are probably sitting there going, it's half an inch! Get a life!
Yeah, I would say that the extra half inch on the shell is not going to hurt your reloading that much.
No, it's in a nice way. The difference between if you actually built them, the actual real world differences between a 16.5-inch 50 and a 16-inch 50 would not be so great. This is one of the reasons why I just said that, the US Congress are not going to pay to bore out guns from a 16-inch to 16.5-inch. They're not going to do that.
Especially when U.S. Navy eventually develops a 16-inch super heavies.
Yeah, that also the nicest way. It's one of those things of, if the British had gone down the 16.5-inch route as well, there'll be 16.5-inch variants of the green boys. So it'll be interesting because they'd be pretty good to shells. The British shells will be very.
Yes.
It'll be a case of which is going to be the best one. Hello, Runon, by the way.
Yes, greetings all. I have survived. What is this? This is my 120th hour consecutive of working. Let me in. Let me into my own truck. Damn it. Sorry. I'm tired.
Mark Harness has put, no treaty, Japan could break itself. Japan actually might not break itself. The reason I say this is Japan's plans were never built on getting into a quantitative competition with people. It was always about a qualitative competition. It would still be expensive, but honestly, depending on how they can run it economically, they could actually be sustainable, and it could also prevent them doing other things. And then, of course, you've got the reassurance of them feeling their ships are still, their fleet's viable, which is going to give them a slightly different position on the world stage. Because one of the problems is that they get what the Germans get psychologically from Versailles, to an extent, in terms of feeling weak and defeated and emasculated. Basically, is a phrase we'd probably associate with it. The Japanese. A section of Japan feels strongly after the Treaty of Washington, Black Horse. I know Emily from Snake Discovery said Iron Brew tastes like medicine. Nah.
No,
No.
no. If medicine tasted like Iron Brew, world would be a better place.
Yeah.
Full of unicorns and rainbows.
Yeah. But no, Ploppy 708 are offshore wind farms in your minefield. Denial of navigation, also sensor platforms. Not really. They wish they were.
No.
They're not. They're basically they're basically things which sit there and are potentially an issue of how do we protect them.
They're a liability. They're a asset which is a liability, not necessarily an asset which is a strength from a purely strategic operational standpoint.
Karen 51, have you stockpiled enough brew because the CO2 for fizzy drinks is a byproduct of fertilizer production? There was a shortage a few years ago when most of the fertilizer plants did maintenance at once. All I will say is this: is I am building up to a 3-month stockpile, just to make sure I'm running on 3 months supply sitting in my accommodations. Blistine, can the People's Liberation Army Navy sustain a convoy escort out of the Gulf for a few months? They could, but it would take sufficient numbers of their assets. They wouldn't be doing much else because of the way they logistically sustain their force. So they'd have to be running their force pretty much from. They've got some stuff forward based in Africa, but they really don't have as much sustainment there as they need to carry out a convoy operation. So you'd have to be sustaining most of the ships from China itself, which means it's going to be a really long operation, and the Indians are going to be very happy with that sheer quantity of Chinese ships wandering around the Indian Ocean. If you want to see the Indian Navy's budget go kawoom, you put that many Chinese ships in the Indian Ocean.
It also would be interesting. It would probably play out far more interesting than anybody would really want it to on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah, there's
all the White House.
Yes, that would be fun, but there's also the scenario of what happens if one of the Iranian mines hits a Chinese ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would cause problems for both China and for America and for Iran and everyone else as well, probably very quickly.
And it also shouldn't be forgotten that having to resort to that sort of convoy escort would also be an admittance of weakness, because it would show that you don't have the diplomatic and the economic leverage to get everyone else to play ball.
It depends how you market it. If you're doing it for just your own ships, yes. But if China announced they were going to come in and provide escort for the world ships, that's kind of a direct. That's a direct play against America's status as the guarantor of freedom of the seas, and it's a case of Europe will now owe us. All these nations will now owe us because we're guaranteeing the movement of their supplies.
Yeah, it would also be. I may not like Beijing, but I easily believe that it is well within their capabilities to paint it as we are cleaning up America's mess.
Oh, I'm sure they would, but the trouble is it would take so much force at the moment, and they would have to deploy so much. That's the problem for them. As I said, they could do it. They have the ship numbers, they could do it, but it would be intriguing.
PR-wise, I think it would be something of a propaganda coup, if I'm using the term correctly.
Would we?
But logistically, I defer to Dr. Clarke.
Logistically, I'd like to not be the logistics officer in charge of doing it.
Yeah, all I would say is that doing it would more than likely show up the White House and the DOD as, let's just put it as not capable. And historically, with the current occupant of those august bodies, showing them up is not great for predictable actions.
No, it would have been. It's one of those things which, if it happened, it's going to cause trouble. It's going to cause interesting trouble. Stafford Thompson, technology stalls at level of the 1880s. How would it have affected world events and the current world today, effectively being a steampunk world?
Write a book, you'll be more accurate.
Clarke would be quite happy.
Drac would be very happy, but we're talking about nearly 150 years of evolution stuck in place. To be able to work out why, we'd have to work out why we were stuck in a place. What stuck us in place?
Yeah, I mean,
Because in a nice way, are we stuck in place because of religion? Has religion come around that for some reason the steam is venerated, coal-powered steam is venerated above everything else, and it is a religious virtue? Okay, that's what. Has it stayed in steam power, coal-powered steam because for some reason the Earth doesn't have oil? That's going to be a very different scenario, and doesn't have that level of petrochemical sort of acids and fossil fuels. There are differences depending on why. And that's the big thing, because you're stuck in that technology. Okay, why have you plateaued? Why have you stuck there? And the three reasons you could strict there are: there was a massive asteroid hit and the world got set back, and that's why we've only just now reached 1880 levels again, because there was so much damage to the world. Cultural, a massive religious thing that consumes the entire world, or for some reason one of those key ingredients, i.e., one of those other next set of fossil fuels, oil, is not discovered. Because you think about it, how much other stuff, even then, spicy rocks might well be discovered, and probably would be discovered.
yeah.
Uranium as a thermal emitter was discovered before, with the advent of uranium glass.
Yeah.
And it's also a question:
Yeah.
has social progression and philosophy and the humanities stayed stagnant with technology?
Yeah, and you know, you look at.
Everyone's been trying to speak for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, Karen.
I think I'm barking up the same tree as Fox. I mean, look at the cultural changes that happened among young people when TikTok exploded, and that was what, 10 years ago at best, and how rapidly that accelerated the flow of, I'll be generous and call it information. If you have a society that is stuck at basically Morse code telegram, as its fastest means of communication, that's going to be very different, because then you're going to have, like, learning Morse code would quite possibly become incredibly important, because it would be the only way you could communicate rapidly over long distances. So, like I said, write a book, you'll be more accurate.
And before Ronan cut me off, I was going to say that before the 1880s, the world had been grappling with absolutism, especially in Europe, and the divine right of kings. You get the period of the Enlightenment, but by the 1880s, you're starting to get the movements we would call modern totalitarianism, that were facilitated by stuff like the telegram and steamships and the train and much faster communication. And especially where you don't have the transition to mass media, that makes totalitarianism much harder to sustain. there's a high chance you just end up with either an absolutist or totalitarian hellscapes.
Yeah.
As social power ossifies again, like it had been 200-300 years ago.
Do
I was trying to
do you
actually.
have
I was just
chemical
trying to find a steampunk book which covers that sort of scenario, and I can't really find one that's I would recommend.
do
Um,
do you have do you have chemical fertilizers at 1880?
Nope. Well, at least not mass producible.
no, use natural
I
fertilizer.
That's
You do
You've
crop
got
rotation.
phosphate.
You
You've
got
got phosphate, not nitrate.
yeah, you got crop rotation.
that's gonna put a really hard limit on how much food you can make.
Oh yeah,
Because you're not gonna have if you don't have computers and I'm saying computers in the most basic sense of the word that's still electronically driven. Um,
Garbage
you
engines.
you don't get the genetic engineering, the GMO that you get for the last 50 odd years ish, and without access to mass quantities of chemical fertilizer, the Dust Bowl's going to be bad.
Actually, the Dust Bowl might
Really.
not happen because the main fertilizer you'd use if you don't have artificial is poop, which actually helps the soil.
Yes, but the major contributor to the Dust Bowl was full bore plowing and turning the soil over. And then a drought hit. I went the wrong way to get back to the hotel.
Also,
I'm
I would.
crap.
This is going to sound strange, but also if you have a more steampunk scenario, you probably still because steam tractors are lovely, and I do love them. I love the nice steam engines, but you probably still have a lot more horses, etc. in terms of and animals in terms of working land, so you get more poop that way, and also the poop's going to be more useful. So it's one of those things of it could be interesting in how it affects the Dust Bowl. In that it's going to sound strange, but the Dust Bowl might be.
Different.
It might be. The thing is, the more economically advantaged farmers in a Dust Bowl might suffer more from the Dust Bowl scenario than the less economically advantaged ones. Because the people who haven't mechanized as much and therefore have been limited in their ploughing to their animals will not have ploughed as much as, or will not have ploughed, and definitely not over ploughed as much as the people in the more mechanized ones. But yeah, it'll be interesting. But let's move on to the Danton class question from Knight. If the Danton class semi-dreadnought battleships were built like the World of Warships Tier 3 terrain, how does that change the Corbeil class and beyond? Dragon, you are an expert on World of Warships, and I have not played with a Danton class with terrain. So yeah, what's
It's
she like?
effectively slightly enlarged Danton. I think they initially did say it was meant to be one of the Danton things, but so you know, Danton has the two twin 305s
Yeah,
at the front, and then she has the secondaries on the side. Instead of just a twin fore and aft, it's twin fore, twin aft, and then two wings that are now all twin 12-inch. So effectively French Nassau from a Danton.
okay. How does that change the Corbeil class and beyond? I have no idea, because if you've already made that jump, then the Corbeil class are still going to be jumping up to sort of the Dreadnought design. Honestly, I don't think it does. You've got a bit of a case of maybe making it better, but there again, it's the French, and frankly, moving to Corbeil is going to be with super firing is going to be an interesting scenario. Yeah, I don't really think it changes much. I'm not sure about anyone else.
Probably not. She still only does 20.5 knots. It's good that she's got a unified main battery, but
No.
French will still find a way of messing it up.
Ancient Minecraft Watcher, what if the US Navy in 1914 had all their battleships become copies of HMS Queen Elizabeth?
Minecraft Watch actually did send a clarifications to QE class of 1913/14. So
Well, I actually would say I did presume that, but then the USN is both very excited, because if you consider all their battleships include some of their pre-dreadnoughts, a fair number of pre-dreadnoughts as well, they suddenly have a lot of Queen Elizabeths. The Royal Navy is going to be having a panic attack, and potentially for the Americans that produces a very interesting scenario where they have they basically standardize on the 15-inch gun.
And about 24 knots.
Yeah.
So that suddenly their standard is
Not their standard.
no.
It's a whole new standard.
That could be interesting.
When do the Colorados get laid down?
16, I think, or there is 16 generations.
You might see them still push for 16-inch 24 knot.
Yeah, potentially do, but potentially also, you imagine making the case to Congress that, yes, we've got this many 15-inch guns, we've got all these 15-inch ships, and we only want to jump to 16 inches.
Please don't go 18.
17.
17-inch. They'd like 2-inch jumps.
Why? Why 17? So weird.
Because it's
Looking at me
arithmetic.
funny.
It's because it's arithmetically what's the next 2 inches above 15 inches. It's 17.
It's looking at me like a baby-faced first-year apprentice. Weird.
It is weird as well, because it's going to be about the same rate of fire as an 18-inch gun with not much more capabilities than a 16-inch. But yeah.
Ew.
And the British, it will be important for them to, because the first thing the British will do, if the Americans have got that, is they'll start wanting to build 16.5-inch gun ships, and they will be building them, because literally, America having that will mean America will have something like 20-something battleships, all with 15-inch guns, all Queen Elizabeth style speed. And so the British are building 16.5-inch guns, then it's almost natural for the Americans to go to 17-inch. Because then they're going bigger than the British. But the British rate at 16.5-inch will have the rate of fire of 16-inch or 15-inch guns. And the American 17-inch will have the lower rate of fire. And before anyone asks why that is literally just look at the weights and the machinery they have available and look at the weight difference of just that half an inch adds on. One is just one side of okay on the machinery, and one is just the other side of, oh, you need the next size up in machinery. Which is going to have this rate of, the rate of fire is affected by how quickly you can get the shells from the magazine and the magazines to the up the hoists. That's the reality of it. If this happens on the 1st of January 1914, that's not going to have any impact on the R-class battleships. And that's all. If it's, and this is what we always say: if you don't give a date in the year, a sort of day and month, we always presume it's the first of the month, and we always presume it's the first month of the year. So it's the 1st of January 1914. This happens, months before World War I breaks out. Honestly, I think the other people who are going to have a panic attack is going to be Germany. Because let's be honest, the Kaiserlich Marine has just been walloped. They are no longer in second place in total numbers of capital ships, or dreadnoughts. Because the US Navy has just raced past them.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for them.
Slayerdarth, what are the advantages and disadvantages of seaborne versus airborne traffic commerce? My understanding is that LNG and LPG we carry in tankers are too heavy to be carried by plane. It's the volume. Is it also cheaper to run ships on a plane? It's the sheer volume of goods you can travel. So basically, if you've got high value, small volume goods, you take them by air. If they are low value, but low value but time sensitive, you might take them by air as well. A lot of fresh fruit and vegetables get transported by air these days. Same with meat. If they are low value, high volume, they go by sea, because it's more cost efficient to move it at that volume. And if they are low value and not time sensitive, they tend to go by sea as well. But, and I do say this, you will still have a lot of food, and a lot of food is moved by refrigerated ships. I've talked about reefers before, refrigerated container ships. And I would also say that I know several people who are in the food moving business, etc., who want to move by air, but they often get priced out because people who are moving flowers are prepared to pay a higher premium to move by air than people who are moving food. Okay? Type 20, Stevo, Type 26 has proved a good export success so far. Are there any other realistic export opportunities for it coming up? At the moment, most of the competition seem to be light frigate inclined, so more opportunities for Type 31 sort of options. Type 31 or Mogami, basically depending which way you want to go on those two ships. I would say for Type 26, strictly speaking at the moment, no, because most of the other options which could be out there are pursuing indigenous options. However, we'll have to see how Type 26 evolves. Because I have a sneaking suspicion the British are going to have to order another batch. In fact, they're going to have to. That's the only way they can. The only way they can get sort of the things up here with their production slots. People can say, "Oh, look, we don't need to order new ships because our production slot. They've just taken the production slot, so we've now got a later production slot that hasn't been announced." So basically, expect them to move those productions to a batch 2. And the thing is, we have at the current pace in the UK, we have a government which is seeking to be visibly doing stuff and improving stuff, at least in image, and announcing that the batch 2 Type 26s are going to be like the broad-beamed Type 22s. You know, something bigger, something better, is viewable as potentially an easy win from what I hear. So we'll see what happens, because the thing is, if the Type 26 does actually grow by more than 1.5 meters, sorry, as said in the Arleigh Burke video, if you are lengthening your ship by less than 1%, please do not call it the long version. Okay? It's less than 1%. Less than 1%. That is within, I know, that's what it is. We consider plus or minus 3% an acceptable margin of error. A 1% increase in length is not making you a long version. But if there is a slightly bigger version of it, then that could see potentially some other nations interested in it. Alright. And we're going, I think we need to reopen the questions. And take in another 10 questions. But Black Horse, have you seen the Bismarck underwater footage that Drac and Magellan and Ocean Line Design are doing? Not yet. Because I've been so busy with the house. We'll take in, let's see, it's 10:30. We'll take in 10 questions. And I'm going to get another can of Iron Brew while I'm doing this. Although I'm probably drinking way too much Iron Brew at the moment, but I have spent the day up in the attic, so... yeah. Is Dan here?
Yeah.
So, just a small question.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only a small one, but myself and Sam's husband, who are working in the attic primarily, have both found we've been drinking Iron Brew basically non-stop, in terms of up to double digits numbers of cans in a day. And we have been sweating so much, we haven't needed to use any other means of extracting water from our bodies. That probably means that we need to be drinking more, doesn't it?
It does.
More water.
Yeah, okay, good. Just checking. More liquid will be consumed.
Just, yeah.
As somebody I worked with, and I'm glad I no longer do, once said that his DI told him that if he wasn't using the facilities, insofar as they are at Paris Island, like something like 7 times a day, for that purpose, they weren't drinking enough water.
Yeah, I've heard similar sorts of things.
That sounds excessive.
I mean, it's Marines.
I have to say
They're
that
always excessive.
The new can design is kind of interesting to me. They have changed the can design. So, basically it's on my list of things to look at, but I just haven't had a chance this week with everything else going. What happens if the Americans also have a hood-alike at the Washington Naval Treaty? Well, the trouble is, the more you have ships which are hood-alikes, i.e. they have a Lexington class, let's say, in service of the more difficult it is to make it, oh, we're going to do 35,000 tons as standard displacement. When both the when the Japanese are looking at you going, we're not going to accept it when both you and both Britain and America have something which is 40-something thousand tons standard displacement. Yeah, that becomes more problematic, because if Japan then asks, well, demands they have an equivalent ship, you just end up with either a treaty which is based around 42,000 tons as standard displacement, or something like that, or it becomes a treaty which everyone's fighting over so much it falls apart completely. So, Dan call Steve. Make sure the question of the live button is over. Stafford Thompson, odds on the Royal Navy reusing the somewhat hull form for the Type 83 just to shut the French on how to build a tunnel home? No. They won't do that. No, the British wouldn't reuse the somewhat hull form. As sensible as it might be, they wouldn't. 96 everyone. It is the same reason the 3 batch Type 1, 42 and 5 batch 2 Type 2 do not get access was Sea Dart surface to surface capability. But how it is said the reason that the 3 batch 1 Type 42 and the 5 batch 2 Type 42 do not get access was Sea Dart surface to surface capability. But how true is that? Considering the governments in the 1970s and 1980s were basically trying anything to save pennies and costing themselves pounds, do you think that was likely reason, or that was a good enough cover? We can claim the Sea Dart has a good anti-surface capability, and it does have something of an anti-surface capability, so we don't have to spend this money. It doesn't mean that's actually the case. It's just it's a very useful thing to use to explain why you don't have it. Black Horse. Were there examples where someone on battleship, or either the US or Royal Navy, wanted to go off and chase the Germans in World War II instead of staying in their convoy? Not particularly, because usually the ships escorting the convoys were not exactly the fast battleships. The fast battleships were in the response groups. They would go off chasing. The battleships doing the convoying were usually the slower ones that couldn't do the chasing, but were happy to sit there going, "Come to Papa."
Out and play.
Mm-hmm. All right. Senecanero. What would happen if Sweden rolls out free ships with 4 double 15-inch guns, with all the bells and whistles and modern artillery, with rail guns and secondaries? Most of NATO looks at Sweden and goes, okay, so you've got shore bombardment duties. And probably Russia looks at Sweden and starts wondering when they're planning their invasion. I think we all agree at that point that is basically the Swedes admitting that they are planning to start taking St. Petersburg.
What are the Swedes getting?
Free ships with 4 double 15-inch guns, so 8 15-inch guns, and fully modernised artillery, so 15-inch 70s, and rail guns and secondaries, so 3-inch rail guns and secondaries.
To be fair to the Swedes, it's just that they're worried that their collection of Russian trophies in the museums is looking a little bit aged, and they just want to make sure it's well topped up. And there might be
how far can you rocket boost a 15-inch shell?
Pretty far.
Well, I was just mentally thinking that if they've got if we consider, I'm just doing the maths here. Okay, so the 5-inch Volcano ammunition can reach out 90 kilometers. That's roughly 50 nautical miles. Okay. 15-inch gun range was already 30 kilometers on the 15-inch 42. So 15-inch 70 We're probably talking about something which potentially has 150 kilometers of range, and that's just me doing back of the. That's me doing back of my hand and calculations quickly. Okay, please don't. That is not. Don't quote me on that as a table. That's me just doing a rough estimate and working it roughly through my head. So it's 150 kilometers range with volcano-like ammunition.
I am deeply concerned for.
Okay. The Baltic at its maximum width is 300 kilometers wide. But is normally something like 193 kilometers wide in average. So that ship could pretty much do nasty things to anyone. And looking at if it could do 150 kilometers, it could be it could be level with Helsinki and could be blasting away at St. Petersburg, pretty much.
Odds on the Swedes developing a railway gun version of this thing?
It's Sweden. I would never bet against anything. Considering their railways, I would never bet against anything of that. In the nicest way, the sheer quantity of very well-maintained track in certain parts of Sweden was intriguing. The level of maintenance versus the level of train travel was enlightening.
Because either that or just having a land deployable variation of said weapon system. Because, I mean, the ability to call in 15-inch shells inside of a single bedroom Leviton house sized area would be handy.
Yeah. It would be.
Very handy.
Currently, there's a list of people going, we want to buy these things in the chat. How would the VLS missiles react to a couple of 15-inch guns firing? I would want to shock mount those VLS cells.
Honestly, I'd be more concerned about the railguns in some respect.
Yeah. I might want to shock mount those as well. I think I want to shock mount everything. Sadu, which nation do you think has the best fast attack craft in the Navy?
Finns or Swedes?
Well, the Swedes had the Visbys. And the trouble is, I like them. I do. But the Finns have the Helmers. And, of course, the Skolds are the Norwegian ones, aren't they?
Think so?
Yeah. I am tempted to go just because they look so mean to say the Skolds. But it's definitely between the Skolds, the Himmers, and the Visbys. But none of them had enough built, really. Them. All of them were Cold War is over. We don't need to do this anymore. And you really needed more of them.
Yeah, it's the whole. Our ships are designed for mass flotilla attacks. Awesome. You bought us 3 of them.
Well, 6 Skolds, 4 Hammers, and It's 5 Visbys. So literally, if you go from Norway to Finland, it goes 654. And you sit there and go, yeah, and you really needed about a dozen of each for your coastlines.
To Steve's point in chat, you have the base bleed shells for when you want to fake the enemy into thinking they know what your special fancy dancy 15-inch guns can do. And then the rocket assisted ones for
Surprise!
when you, yeah.
Why not just put pins on the shell, like a guided 15-inch in that case?
That is basically what we're talking about with Volcano.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Volcano can reach it. The 5-inch version of Volcano can reach out, as said, about 90 kilometers. I think. Or was it 50 kilometers?
I think it might be further, but I think there might be claims of further, but
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure. I might have been misreading because they might have been talking about if they were to be allowed to make it in a 6-inch.
They have talked about it on a 6-inch.
We need to get back to 6-inch in the Navy. It's weird the Army having the bigger guns.
Yeah, with Volcano it can go up to 120 kilometers. So my 150 kilometers for the 15-inch is probably
Way short.
me being very, very, very conservative.
Now here's
You could probably take it up to 240, if not 300 kilometers.
Volcano is a Malera system or a Bofors system?
It's Malera working with BAE and Bofors to an extent system.
Okay. So is that combination likely to undersell or oversell things like range?
Oh, they're under.
So probably reliably buck 50, doably buck
Here's the thing.
70.
When someone
80?
says your effective firing range is the same as your maximum firing range, they are probably underselling by a significant margin. Because effective firing range is defined as where you have a 90% probability of hitting your target within the margin of kill. These days. So 9 out of 10 shells fired at this range will hit their target within the margin of kill. Or margin of destruction, I think they now call it. It's gone from mock to mod. And so, yeah. So basically, if you want to fire it further, you can potentially fire it further, but your 90% might drop down. So yes, you could be talking about something being 300 kilometers plus in terms of its targeting. And the interesting thing, of course, if you build a gun like that, is then you sit there and go, well, okay, yes, but now this makes an interesting thing of my drone package for targeting my enemy becomes I just need something to spot my opponent, so it can be a far smaller drone. And then I can call in fire.
Hello, I'm a tiny drone with a sat phone.
Basically, I'm a sat phone and a camera attached with wings. Floppy 708. Volcano might be limited by guidance battery. Could be.
Yeah, but that's...
Oh no, we made a battery which might explode.
Well, no, the problem
it's
is
running out of charge.
you've got sodium is, I think, starting to enter large scale production. And that's going to move the needle on what a battery can do pretty far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Uh,
my sort of
It's
brother-in-law
not,
at one stage was looking at doing a PhD in kind of batteries, so I started reading up on
yeah,
them.
I have said in the past that it's probably going to be akin to the difference between a lithium chemistry battery and a NiCad battery. Maybe not in reality. I'm a little more gun shy this evening than I was when I said that.
Mm-hmm.
But sodium, if they can nail the mass production chemistry correctly, sodium chemistry batteries are nice,
Yeah.
really nice. They solve a lot of problems we are having with lithium production right now.
Yeah. Black Horse. How much would a
And
ship like Bismarck be worth as a prize? It depends when she's captured. If she's captured as a husk, less than if she's captured somehow earlier. But the thing is, again, there's like, if she's captured, and the Royal Navy will want to make this a big thing, and so will the British government, they possibly will declare her a prize worth many times what her actual value is, so they can inflate it as propaganda.
you
So,
said when she is captured?
if she's captured, yes.
Yeah, which made me just think, because this is where my brain is at this evening. Time, as in like what year?
No, it means when she's captured in terms of the operation where she's out. If she's captured at the beginning of the operation when she's basically unscathed, somehow she's captured because, let's say, she has a fault and they manage to sneak up on her and board her and take her over without the crew realizing, then she's worth far more because you have to do less to get her fixed and working. If she's captured at the end, instead of sinking, she gets captured. Then she's basically a wrecked out hull with a superstructure which has mostly been dealt with.
But it did proc the image in my head of John Paul Jones or somebody from the Age of Sail capturing Bismarck and bringing it back as a prize.
No, it would be Cochrane, wouldn't it?
It would be in this spirit. It would be Philip Vian. We all know that.
Channeling Lord Cochrane.
Probably Philip Vian boarding one side and a whole load of Poles going on the other side, and a race to see who.
All crashing over to surrender to the British and the tribal crews because they've met the Polish, and then discovering it's a Canadian tribal crew. I know there weren't any at that point.
So do we have the British Royal Navy forces coming up on one beam, the Poles coming up on the other beam, and what happens if the Canadians take them up the aft?
That's the kind of dog pile no one wants to be in on. Right, so YouTube Minecraft, what revisions would the panel recommend for your second rate?
Don't make out of Cuban mahogany.
Use Indian wood. It's just cheap enough to make it viable to buy it.
If you have to use mahogany, use the Brazilian or the Southern Amazonian mahogany.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally order of magnitude more common.
Yes.
What is YouTube proposing, and should I be concerned?
Potentially, yes.
Good ship of the line for her time, made out of Cuban mahogany.
It'd be interesting.
Will they call it Cuban heat?
It was something Fortuna they called it. And it was a whole, yes, it's going to cost a fortune, I think.
Yes. It would definitely cost a
Where was
fortune.
this called? Grand Fortuna, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It would cost a huge amount. Right then, so 96 round of Alsace preliminary design and Alsace preliminary design 3, Alsace preliminary design 1, preliminary, as Alsace preliminary design 2 would be rejected, which one is more likely to be chosen? Of Alsace preliminary design 1 and Alsace preliminary design 2, so we're dealing with the French design process, which one is more likely to be chosen?
Neither.
Both.
I'd say potentially 3 from memory, but this is entirely from memory, and I don't know. I don't really know why, but it's 3 is what's come in my memory is going. It's 3 would be more likely.
Are these the ones where they went? One option had a fore and aft. One turret forward, one turret
No.
aft. No.
That's the Richelieus. Design number 1 was 9 15-inch guns and 3 triple turrets.
Yep.
2 fore, 1 aft, traditional. Number 2 is the same, but now moved up to 16-inch guns. 2 fore, 1 aft again. And number 3 is the one that we believe they did settle on, one that is agreed with, which is the 3 quad turrets, 2 fore, 1 aft.
Yeah, that was what was triggering mine. The quad turret one was the one I was going for, so I'm glad it was the Alsace 3. I was right. I appear to have cut my foot, and I don't know how and what.
There's minor other differences between them as well, but yeah, armament is the big one.
I appear to have cut my foot, and I have no idea on what. Oh well. These things happen. Steve, this is apparently Matthew Perry's question. How would the world's navies react if the US got the 8-inch, 6-inch, and 5-inch autoloader in service with World War II? Panic.
I would imagine they'd be more concerned about the 6 and the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 8 is still going to be slow enough that it benefits from radar fire control to a greater extent than its smaller cousins.
Yeah.
Well, it depends which loaders we're talking about here. If they get the Des Moines 8-inch, surely, before World War II. Oh dear.
Yeah, but they don't have radar. They're still using visual ranging to identify and get us. So whilst they still have an advantage, and it's going to be dangerous, it's not as problematic necessarily to deal with. But again, it's
Yeah, it's also, but you also got to remember too that they can only carry so much ammunition.
Stafford, how do you always cut your feet? Are you sure it's not split for drying out? That could possibly be it. It could be that it literally got so dry that's what they split again. But I have been drinking a lot of water as well as iron brew today, so I didn't expect it to split. But yeah, I have. Or potentially, I have. I've just noticed there is a small stone down there, so potentially I managed to cut it on that. This is the trouble with having not really good pain feelings of pain in my body. Right, so
Steve,
I think we need to open the questions again.
Yes.
Let's take in another 5.
I have 4.5 cables remaining.
We have from Timo Panel's favourite naval fact. I just enjoy the fact that the first torpedoes were these weird shaped mines, and then torpedoes evolved into the Whitehead torpedo, and suddenly became something which has been a dominant weapon ever since. But the first torpedoes were really considered a transitory, and everyone was looking at them and rather laughing at them.
Oh, I know, mate. The fact that the surviving 4, 5, and 6 masted clippers that were operating in the Indian Ocean were in World War One were transiting the Indian Ocean faster than most warships at the time.
Oh yeah, that is a cool one.
And clippers are sailing ships.
Grotowski throwing his binoculars at his fleet. The mental image is just too good to not like.
Mm-hmm.
Not just favourite, but definitely ones I often go to is just HMS Zubian's whole story.
Yeah, Zubian and Porcupine.
Yeah, just making the Germans think there's a secret Royal Navy destroyer printer somewhere.
That one is also funny.
To be fair, they were so sure that there must have been one. They were still hunting for it in World War II.
I mean, that carried the Argentinians didn't do themselves any favors by assuming that the Royal Navy had an aircraft carrier 3D printer.
Mm-hmm. Right, we've got 3 questions in according to my count. And now 4, and now 5. And questions are closed. So, Senator Canero, which nations would order these ships from the Swedes? The Finns. The Finns would be ordering some. I wouldn't be
Hopefully not Belgium.
I would say probably Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia would also look at them and go, "Can we have one each?" Probably because, in the nicest way, if they had them, then they would have something which could sit in the Baltic and provide fire support to pretty much all their units.
I think.
I just hope it's not Belgium. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, no. I wonder if Poland might go. Ooh, that looks tasty.
I just hope it's not Belgium, because we all know as soon as Belgium puts down the money for a serious surface combatant, we're doomed. World War III is happening.
No,
That's the Netherlands, not Belgium.
Huh, was it Dutch?
Yeah, it's the Dutch.
Oh, okay, then hopefully not the Dutch. The
Pancakes, not waffles.
The fact that you call them that worries me. Stafford Thompson, in a world of 2-decker ironclads, how long until someone builds a 3-decker? That's a really interesting question. It's going to depend on the volume of 2-deckers being built. As said, in the scenario I was talking about, I thought realistically the only one who'd have a large number of them, or a relatively large number, i.e. approaching double digits, would be Britain. No one else would really be building enough ships to justify to have that money and to pay for that money. The only scenario I can see where you get a triple decker is if someone like Spain decides they're going to build one and they're going to build the biggest in the world, and the British would probably take very little notice of that, because it'd be a case of, yes, you've got the biggest, but we're surrounded. We've got a 12-to-1 advantage in numbers. So, yeah. You have 1, we have 12.
I don't think I'm wrong, but it have to be after they solve the issue with top weight.
Oh yeah, it would be a night. We are talking about something which would have to be tumble home in hull shaping to make it work with the weight.
and probably quite wide at the waist.
Yeah. So yeah. It'll be interesting. YouTube microphone. Watch if the German-British alliance succeeded in the 1890s. Well, the German Navy probably doesn't get built up to the same extent. The funding can go to the German army, and at some point, Russia ends. You probably possibly have Japan join this alliance, and that could end up with a very interesting Russo-Japanese war, depending on how the French react in that scenario. Because if they've only got Russia on one side, they haven't got Britain on the other side, pulling them, they might well try and think they can get involved. At which point they could find themselves fighting Britain and fighting Germany as well. So you can end up with a sort of world war happening in 1905, 1904, 1905, 1906 time period. In which case it would not be good. Because Russia dealing with the German army coming from one side and fighting the Japanese on the other side is not good for their logistics. The French dealing with the fact of the Royal Navy wandering around at that point is really not good for them, and you potentially end up with, again, France suffering a mauling defeat. The other option is France stays out of it, and in that scenario where France isn't able to go, well, hang on, Britain's Japan's ally, we can't get involved, we're stuck between you two, da-da-da-da-da. We've got friendships going both ways, you know. Then that breaks down the Franco-Russian alliance, and France ends up pretty much on its own.
What can Russia move enough across Siberia to fight Japan in that context?
No, it can't. And the nicest way, anything it sends across to fight Japanese is not going to be able to fight the Germans. It's just they do not want to be in a scenario which draws in the allies to the battle. As long as they can keep it Russo-Japanese, they're okay. But the nicest way, do they even dare send ships out of the Baltic, or send out the 2nd and 3rd Pacific Squadrons in a scenario where both the British and the Germans are allied? And are allied with Japan in that scenario? Do you denude your defences that much, or St. Petersburg, etc.? It would be a really interesting, fun time.
So, essentially, if Kaiser Wilhelm didn't have quite so many mummy issues, this would have all been. This is how it might have worked out.
Unfortunately for him, his mother was much smarter than he was, and he hated it.
Yes, she was also English, which was partly where his Anglophobia came from.
I don't think the English was so much the trouble as it was the fact that she was. How do I put it? He was an Anglophile. He was a massive Anglophile. He loved the British. He loved Queen Victoria and all those things. He wanted to be the British, and that was the trouble. He loved them so much. He wanted to be them.
And then
his favourite uniform to wear, especially when he was aboard his yacht, was his Admiral of the Royal Navy uniform, not his Admiral of the Kaisermarine uniform. Kaisermarine.
It's like, I have my own navy, but I will wear somebody else's.
Yes.
Yeah. You have issues, mein Kaiser.
Mm-hmm.
Lock him and Freud in a room. See what happens.
Oh, no. Why would we subject Kaiser to that? I mean, I don't like the guy, but I don't feel... Why should anyone be locked in a room with Freud?
What's the worst that could happen? He writes another largely incomplete theory? Or incorrect theory?
That's going to be incorrectly applied by dozens of people who never read it, actually. Who knows? Frank Barnwell, can we put to rest Hood and Alaska being the same class? Bang the goal? They are not. One is a large cruiser, one is a battle cruiser. They're not the same. They're not the same.
Who thinks that? And have you hooked them up to, what is it, a CG to check for brain activity?
It's basically it's all because the Alaskas are quite so large and they have 12-inch guns.
They look nothing alike.
Well, basically it's same class. It's basically not the same class as in the same class of same ships, but the same classification of ships. I.e., they're both battle cruisers. Well, the Alaskas aren't battle cruisers; they're cruisers. They're large cruisers. And whilst people might go, there's a difference between what's the difference between a battle cruiser and a large cruiser? The difference is that a battle cruiser will be carrying capital ship guns, and in that period, capital ship guns are 16-inch guns for the U.S. Navy. 12-inch guns are not. 12-inch guns used to be capital ship guns. But the gun doesn't stay automatically going, oh, from now on, 12-inch guns are capital ship guns, and if you have them, you're a capital ship. No, because, in a nice way, it could have been done earlier. There was an earlier period where 8-inch guns were capital ship guns, and 9.2-inch guns were capital ship guns. But they were cruiser guns by this time point. And realistically, by 1940s, 12-inch guns are cruiser guns now. If you're turning up to a fight with 12-inch guns and you're matching against ships which have 16-inch guns, no one's going to consider it a fair fight, are they? 15-inch, 14-inch, 16-inch, you're sort of going at. 12-inch is now the upper cruiser range.
Essentially, it makes sense when you can't increase the rate of fire of an 8-inch.
Mm-hmm.
To put your to just go up caliber so that you get more wallop.
Yeah.
A minute.
I always parse the Alaskas as if heavy cruisers had been permitted to drink their Ovaltine and eat their vegetables as they grew up.
Yeah.
But were stopped, but instead they were stopped by the Washington and London naval treaties.
Yeah.
Sadu, instead of I'm presuming you mean standardizing, Sadu, not sterilizing. I'm presuming you mean standardizing because
Got a difference.
there's a little bit of a difference going on. You put instead of sterilizing on the 5-inch, standardizing on the 5-inch for tomorrow and destroyers. What if I'm presuming it's for cruisers and destroyers. What if the U.S. Navy went for the 8-inch instead?
8-inch destroyers.
If it happens post-World War, if they go with the 8-inch, post-World War II, if they go with the 8-inch gun idea which was put forward, then frankly, you probably get a lot of other navies going down that route as well. But also, one of the things if you've had 8-inch guns on all those destroyers and all those ships, like the Arleigh Burkes have a pair of 8-inch guns on each of them, or something, or a single 8-inch gun, and Tychos have the whole argument of we need to maintain the Iowas in operational condition for fire support disappears very quickly because, well, look at how many 8-inch guns we got. What's the value of these 16-inch guns? And, and you probably have a few allies with 8-inch guns. It would be really interesting, because the British potentially would have focused on the 6-inch rather than the 8-inch gun, with its higher rate of fire. Which could have opened up but the thing is, if you've got the ships having these 8-inch and 6-inch guns, you're more likely to have secondaries in the 3-inch range. So you could have made the Otter Breda even more successful than it was historically. And we currently wouldn't be having as many debates as we have over drone readiness. Lots of people try and argue over the battlecruiser thing. Look, the answer I make is battlecruisers are always in the capital ship grade guns. There is a debate as to, well, hang on, the G3s were going to be 16-inch versus the M3s 18-inch, so, the British are obviously going for a size down for their battlecruisers versus battleships. That's not really a rule for the British, and they're only doing that with the G3s and the M3s because they want them to sit in the same dry docks. If they had the G3s, if they'd gone with the 18-inch version, then, well, the dry docks would have to be a lot bigger. So the criteria that's making that is go, okay, we're still keeping them at capital ship grade guns though. They're not, they're originally 16.5-inch guns, which, let's be honest, would have been a 1.5-inch. Then they dropped down to 16-inch because they think that's the way the treaty's going to go. You sit there and go, it's within the same ballpark. It's not, oh, we've got 16-inch battleships and we're going to have a 12-inch gun battlecruiser. That's a big difference. That's a really, really big difference. But if you look at what historically was a bit similar to that, well, if we consider the Lord Nelson's. They had 12-inch main guns and 9.2-inch guns of their secondaries. Most cruisers at the time had 9.2-inch gun main guns, which is the difference between 12-inch and 9.2-inch. It's roughly 3.8 inches. Actually, no, 2.8 inches, right? So it's well over 2 inches. Why did I say 3? I don't know why. But literally, it's the gun differential between cruisers and destroyers. Usually, there's about a 2 to 3 inch gap, but which is basically a no-go area. So once you've got your cruiser, your battleships, most people are building are, bigger ships. Most of them are 16-inch gun ships. Most of them, etc., are 50. Larger ships. Some 15-inch, some 14-inch, courtesy of the British. But the British were looking at 9.2-inch guns for their cruisers. So if you're building all your battleships 16-inch, then there's 4 inches gap down to 12-inch. That's well outside the capital ship range. Well outside. Okay.
Steve is asking about more questions.
Let's take another. We'll keep going till midnight, shall we? So that's about 40 minutes. So we'll take another 5, and then we probably will take another 5 after then. Weirdest comment to a video this week. That's always a fun one to get into, Steve. Weirdest comment. Ooh. Look. Which of the ones have I replied to any that were weird, etc. There have been some really interesting points on the Burke ones. There have been interesting points on the Indian Navy video. There's been interesting points on a few other videos this week. There is a few interesting discussions. There's a whole fight over production, and I'm sitting there going, some of the comments, it's the I would say the weirdest comment I've got was someone who decided it was worth swearing at me over the fact that I put the wrong bear on Arleigh Burke. I put Arleigh Burke's the class that bears his names, and I put B-A-R-E-S rather than B-A-R-S. I used the wrong bear, and I didn't notice. And they decided that was worth swearing at me over. And I was sort of going, okay. I have to admit that was... everyone knows on my channel I have rules so that it's little cousin safe on the YouTube channel. And they put the comment in first in the chat during the evening, and I said, no, you don't do that. They got timed out by Stafford. I then didn't come back. And then they went and put the same comment on the actual video. So I have to admit, that person has now become the third ever person I've muted that wasn't a porn bot. One of those people I muted because they kept writing things like, you upset me so much that you're going to give me a heart attack. So I just thought really they should stop commenting, getting on the channel. If they're that stressed out by my videos, they shouldn't be watching. I consider that a public health service, that one. Yeah. But Yeah, that was probably the weirdest comment this week. Although they probably claim it wasn't a weird comment on their part, but look, in nicest way, I apologise. But also they kept calling me a professor, and I'm not a professor. I don't have a chair, and I'm not associated with a chair. I'm British. I know in America lecturers are called professors just for having a PhD, if they have a PhD and they teach. In the UK, you're not a professor unless you got a chair or are associated with a chair. So, Andrew Lambert is the chair of Lawson Chair of Naval History at King's College London. He's the professor. I have a PhD. I'm a doctor. So yeah, and also in the nicest way, presuming that people who are academics are always going to get the right spellings on things. Yay, good lord, they're humans too. As I've said many times before, PhDs are not measures of intelligence; they're measures of stubbornness.
Why do you think doctors have such bad handwriting? It's to allow us to get away with bad spelling.
The professors or doctors are humans too. You obviously never my communications 112 instructor / professor. I don't know why George Mason decided it was a good idea to have a hard sciences PhD teach a entry-level soft sciences class or social sciences class.
Yeah. That sounds like a fun way to get things mixed up. Lions, would any nation benefit from having a large battleship-sized gun as shore installations primarily around choke points such as Singapore Straits? Well, Singapore might. A few others might. But the thing is, a missile system is probably more mobile and can achieve the same thing these days.
Quick question. How many minutes do you think it would take to reactivate the guns around Gibraltar?
A lot longer than you probably would like to know about. For most of them.
Really?
There are a couple of positions I do wonder about, but most of them it's going to take days because those guns are well and truly seized up.
I mean, even like the smoothbores, which, given the ranges are pretty short.
Yeah, but you have to find the ammunition, and you actually have to have a crew who can actually load it and fire it.
I thought that was what those nice reenactment people did it for. With the
Not usually under fire. Knight 6831 for Dragon and Foxo's last Azur Lane question for the night. As Azur Lane Knight CNUR event teaser, what is CNUR, by the way, mean? Event teaser is suggesting a KMS battleship and a Type 21 submarine. What might make the Type 21 submarine qualify for UR rank?
Literally whatever they want. To clarify, CN means basically China region, or basically the Chinese stuff, and since Azur Lane is primarily Chinese, as I might recall, they're trying to actually get out of China. China gets new stuff first, usually.
Yeah.
And CNUR, so it is the Chinese ultra-rare ship.
Ah, cool. I would say, again, please remember that Azur Lane is kind of like Warhammer 40k. The company that's making them is trying to make money.
Yes.
They will sell cards, games, or plastic crack to anyone who's willing to pay for it, and if they think there is going to be a large market for people to buy a Type 21 submarine version, they will make it work.
And if it's an ultra rare and they can draw in whales with it, they will make it whale bait.
To be fair, actually, for all gacha games, Azur Lane's probably one of the better ones in terms of drop rates. Plus, you can do it entirely, all free.
I would say, Dragon, are you expecting Foxo to sleep tonight?
Very much depends.
Because there's a question coming from Steve, which is probably going to keep her awake for quite a while. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's thoughts on stern-mounted torpedo tubes?
What class of ship are you putting it on?
Like in the IJN Zhao. Look, if you have them, then it's better than not having torpedo tubes, and it's a good way of stopping people from following you. But, it's like all things. It depends on the torpedo you're loading and the capabilities it's bringing.
I mean, from what I'm told, the Australians found that the stern torpedo tubes in the O class worked very well for keeping beer cool
Yes.
on patrols before they had their barbecues, because yes, they had barbecues on submarines and
Of
possibly
course.
still do.
They definitely still do. This is Australians. They have a barbecue where they can produce a barbecue faster than anyone else can. Um, so we now have a question for Foxo. In your opinion, which is the best boarding polearm, billhook or halberd, and why?
Neither. It's the long X.
Defend.
Both times it's a long X because a long X is primarily a wooden rope cutting tool. And defending against a boarding action, the best way to not be boarded is to not allow them to come alongside and tie themselves to your boat.
Yes, but I think in this scenario it's also being offensive because it's the best boarding polearm, so it's the best polearm to take you for a boarding action when you're boarding the enemy ship. Do you want a billhook or a halberd?
What? I know you don't have to take the lower decks, but why are you bringing a polearm onto a ship?
Reach.
Okay, this is gonna sound strange, but you would want a 4-foot or a 6-foot, depending on how big you are, halberd.
Okay.
Because for those that don't know, halberds actually get pretty short,
Yes, they do.
especially guardian halberds, which are the ones you see a lot of the Swiss Guard use in the modern day, where they're more about looking cool and being able to be used in buildings, compared to their 7 and 8 and 9-foot long counterparts, which are for, I'm just going to clear room in front of me, and I'm going to stop your horse charging me.
My family has a tradition that when we had halberds, they would always be as tall as the person who was wielding it. That was how tall you were allowed to, how big your halberd was allowed to be. So I think that's why there are a lot of halberds which are about 5'11" in my family.
Yeah, I've got a 4-foot, a 5-foot, a 7-foot, and a 9-foot. Of all the ones I've found when training, the 7-foot's the most useful in direct combat. Well, this is armored to armored combat. You don't use a halberd if you're doing unarmored combat because you bonk someone and break something. And yeah, the ability to just create length and reach is the advantage of a halberd. But you want to take none of them on a boarding action.
Okay.
Offensively on a boarding action because A, if you're in a period before gunpowder, you can't bring a shield if you're bringing a halberd. And crossbows. And you're probably not wearing heavy armor if you're on fighting navally. So one bloke with a crossbow is just going to put the end to you, or one bloke with a longbow. And actual ship fighting, too long. So at least the naval swords are short, or they're axes.
No, they had they had boarding pikes.
Yeah, but those were to repel boarders.
I think the thing is that with boarding actions, there's two elements. There's the initially getting a foothold on the enemy's ship, and then there's the fighting to take over. I agree, you don't want a polearm for that first phase when you're trying to get established. But once you are established, it'd be quite useful to bring people across who've got some polearms and to use en masse.
It's usually quite useful to have people with polearms to hold do things like help hold stairways, etc., and stop people being able to charge up them.
Yeah.
But because something that actually with a lot of polearm fighting is, I've got a 7-foot long polearm. My ideal combat range is having you 10 foot away from me so I can lunge in and clear space and force you back, or kill you.
Mhm.
On a ship, especially a period where you're still using halberds or that sort of weapons on mass on ships before the transition to gunpowder, most ships aren't big enough to have that sort of space reliably.
No.
That isn't taken up by rigging or masts or stuff being stored on deck or your friends.
Yeah, your friends are expendable. If you remember, the less friends you have who survive the battle, the less people you have to share the prize money with. Just
But
saying.
if not enough friends survive, then you can't take the enemy ship with you, and ships are worth a lot.
Yeah, you have to balance survival of your friends with how many of your enemy you kill. That's the thing. You have to balance the two. Okay, Seneca, who would order the Swedes' weapon systems? I think I've already listed that. That's a whole load of Baltic nations, basically, and the Polish, definitely. Timu, what animes would Dragon recommend for little cousins to start anime watching? I've already got them on Frieren no Frieren and a few others. The more gentle ones to start off with.
I second Freerun.
I was about to say, it really depends what you want to get them into.
I just want them falling in love with the art, so they start exploring everything. Basically, is my idea. That was my idea. I wanted them to find something which was beautiful to watch and enjoy, and that they could the thing about Frieren's story is it's something that you can follow along. I also do it a lot with I'm never quite sure whether this really fits as an anime, because it feels more like a cartoon to me, and that might be me in my the cartoon background I come from. But Spy X Family is always. I know, but it feels. I don't know. There is something about Yor's character which feels like she is the female embodiment of Jerry from Tom and Jerry. Sometimes. In her fighting style, which basically I will never forget this was the thing that made me watch the whole family, was the scene with her dropping the groceries and then trying to take her adopted daughter. And it's just a case of, you are going to first learn that I am the girl's mother, and two, I am going to... A line which I will not say here, but my little cousins do all know well, and they are able to repeat it. I will first make you see the face of God, and then something else. And it is delivered so deadpan, and then followed up so well. It just explains everything about Yor as a personality in the mom.
Yes, Team Fury is violent, but it's cartoon violence.
Yeah, it's not that.
To be fair, most anime is violent in some degree.
Yeah.
And
even
in a nice way, these are my little cousins who have been taking part in the family Warhammer games since they were basically old enough to be able to basically they could sit in their papooses as they're being carried around, as I call them, all the various different things that they used some of the parents used to carry them. They have witnessed things like my mother and my aunt's victory dances. Violence is not going to shock them.
Then probably ones which would be decent. You've got Fruits Baskets, which is a more slice of life one, which is just fun and does delve into some slightly more mature topics in a way that makes sense, such as loss of family and basically how to get over stuff like that, while still being quite fun. And also includes the Chinese zodiac being straight up actual people who keep having issues of accidentally turning into their zodiac animal.
That sounds fun. And in answer to the question about the Zipang, yes, I have. I think I have seen that one.
Honestly, how a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom or reincarnated as a sword would also be ones probably then.
They have watched that. They've seen that one.
A good one to watch. And it's finally finished, unlike One Piece. That'd probably be pretty good for just people in general, because I grew up watching it. Would be Fairy Tail.
I was wondering whether to mention that one, but
I love
because it does
Can I just
handle adult topics, but it does it well.
and Timu, I love the way you believe that I went to Japan and didn't get any Spy X Family stuff. The trouble is, the stuff I've brought back has certainly been all taken by various family members, including the poster I got, or the poster I managed to find, which was a nice poster, which was very, very cheap. Again, the yen to pound conversion rate was very, very fun.
The expensive bit's important, but if you're in Japan, you don't have to import it.
I will say that
it was definitely, and at some of the stores, the electronic stores, again, if I had actually needed things and had been wanting to buy them, the fact that quite a lot of the stuff comes regionally unlocked anyway, I found when I was when I was in the stores and chatting to them, was very, very attractive from the price range perspective. And there, I was looking at, I had worked out very quickly, if I had problems with my laptop while I was out there, I knew exactly which store I was going to, wherever it was, because there's a good computer store around, which has very good reconditioned computers. And I could have picked up a equivalent computer, or better, slightly better, reconditioned, for about a couple of £100. It would have been very. It comes. It's reconditioned, and it came with a 3-year worldwide guarantee. So even from the UK, theoretically, I could message them and go, yeah. And seeing as I think that company is owned by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries.
Of course it is.
Yeah, literally, it is. I think at several points the ship-shape crew was starting to think that Japan was Japan, a wholly owned subsidiary of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, because that was how often we saw subsidiary of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries underneath names of companies.
which nationality is Hitachi?
Korean.
Is that a Japanese company?
I
Korean?
think,
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe it's something else.
Timu said Japan. Hitachi is Japan. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, assuming that the dates for Falklands line up correctly, if there's anything people here want from Australia that can fit in a suitcase, let me
HMS
know.
I
HMS
don't think
Vampire.
It's in a suitcase.
Quackers.
Quackers for Drac.
I'll bring a stuffed. I'll get a stuffed quokka, not a stuffed, but a plushy quokka.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
A
Sorry?
plushy quokka. That honestly do. He's obsessed with them.
Several.
And I would say a kangaroo, because I really got on well with them. As Dan will testify to, I became one with the kangaroos. I found my natural people. They were kangaroos.
Was it a kangaroo or a wallaby?
No, it was
Kangaroo.
a kangaroo.
What in the name of Kalis is a quokka?
A
They
quokka
they
is-
inhabit Rottnest Island,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
almost took Drac permanently hostage.
A small fuzzy animal that always looks like it's smiling.
Yeah.
Right.
Drac was
Yes.
on the floor taking a photo of some, and he was actually getting some others snuck up behind him, were actually crawling on him.
Basically, Dr. Clarke has asked me to break, and Dr. Dan have asked me to break Australian law, United States law, UK law, and probably a small handful of international treaties regarding the protection and transfer of endangered species.
Nothing
That-
sounds wrong about that for Drac.
Right.
Are
On that
on the
note,
red list, at least.
on that note, Ronan, could you be a dear and pick us up some proper Australian Vegemite?
Yes.
Because I have been officially challenged to eat drumming and Vegemite at the same time, but apparently the proper stuff.
You're going to have to either force Dragon to meet me or give me his address, or you have to meet me or give me your address, because I am not going to just randomly go to random location number 58 in the UK during the limited time I'm there.
I would. I would say, to answer the question, no, I didn't meet any emus, but I had the fun thing of one of my late night walks through Sydney. I ended up having a kangaroo bodyguard for some reason, because as we said before, the joy of taking a functioning insomniac on a trip with you is a, no one will ever want to share a bedroom, share a hotel with me, because I'm awake, and b, I go wandering through the night and sometimes scare my colleagues because they suddenly realize, because I go, oh yeah, I wandered here last night, and they go, what the frigate, you got this far? Yes. And I ended up, one evening, I was walking along, I just come back from the bridge and was walking towards the hotel, or in the general direction of where I thought the hotel was. I really should have checked my map or my Google Maps, but I wasn't going to bother. I was going to walk until I saw something I recognised. I just felt like doing that evening. It's something I only recommend doing if you're fairly confident in your sense of direction, and also you're really not bothered about sleeping. So if you end up going the wrong direction for half an hour, it don't matter. And I was walking along, and I suddenly heard a noise, and a kangaroo popped up, and I was walking along one side of the street, and the kangaroo hopped along the other side of the street, and for about half an hour, as I was walking back in the direction of my hotel, and literally I was just about to turn right onto the road where my hotel was, the kangaroo kept pace me, and just kept me company. So I'm not sure if I was his bodyguard or he was my bodyguard. It was a male kangaroo. Can't tell you that much. We just wandered along together.
That is one of the things I am concerned about during my trip, because I will be driving the bottom quarter of the country.
You will see kangaroos. They will be lovely.
I know how to handle white-tailed deer.
They're basically deer on two legs.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They're on two legs.
They're two incredibly springy legs. They're two incredibly springy legs. They can really, and their tail, oh, that's impressive. People talk about them boxing, but you don't want to be whacked by that tail. They are just as effective.
And as it is, deer will dive into a car if they feel the opportunity exists.
Yes, I believe deer will too, and there is a particular time of day when they tend to like to do it.
Kangaroo are less likely to try and dive into your car, more likely to try and destroy your car. And they do have a time of day. They do have a time of day they like to do that as well. So basically, early morning, late night driving, sort of early morning, evening, late evening driving, i.e. the point about dusk and dawn. You don't want to be on the roads.
That's why you get the damage indemnity when you rent a vehicle.
Oh yes. Model trains are cheap too in Japan too. I purchased model trains. I went hunting for them and I couldn't find steam trains. I did go looking for model trains. I took the boys looking, and I couldn't find steam trains. I could only find modern trains to buy. Whilst I do like their modern trains, that's not my railway's era. No. My railway has steam trains, so I was looking for Japanese steam trains, and I couldn't find them.
That's because the Corsairs shot them all up.
It was cruel. Anyway,
and more than a few Allied destroyers. Don't forget those two.
Yeah.
Submarines, not destroyers.
Akihabara should have had them in the deepest corner. No, they didn't. I went to Akihabara's deepest corner. Knight 6831. How much of the Admiralty reorganization was the Treasury's doing, and when did the whole problem getting much power of procurement really begin? And how do we fix the domestic cause? Honestly, the rise of the Treasury as such a powerful organ of government really starts in about the 1900s. That's when the Treasury really starts to become a competing power office or a competing centre of power with the Prime Minister's office. And I would say the Treasury has continued to be that way and has just grown in power to this day, to the point at which you have the Prime Minister's office set out policy and the Treasury almost has a veto over it because they won't supply the money. It's become really interesting in how it's managed. And I can understand some of the things of the Treasury. I'm sitting there looking at some of their ideas, and I sit there and go, "You're right to an extent, but also That's it's not going to happen. It's when I hear things like the Treasury said they won't, so that any new money given to the Ministry of Defence won't go on systems which are already under construction, things like Ajax, etc., to sort them out. So they go, I can understand that. Throwing good money after bad with Ajax is probably a stupid idea, but also, let's be honest, you aren't. They're not going to buy anything else, and we need something, so we need the money to go to it to fix it and get it working. So you know, that's your limit. That's your choice, and it's the same with the Type 26 program. That's an ongoing program, but again, that's why I do argue that the things like they could make it Batch 2, and then they call it a new program, Type 26 Batch 2. All those things. Yeah.
Can the Crown order the Treasury to comply?
Theoretically, but again, but the trouble is, in the UK, I am wary of this because in my mind the Treasury is being set up as the bad guy. It used to be they had the European Union as bad guy, which I always found funny. Okay, I've said this before, I'll say this again. For about 30, 40 years, every time a British politician got elected on a platform of X, and then found once they were elected to it, they didn't want to do it, they'd blame it on Y reason based on the European Union. Okay? They use it as their get-out-of-jail card every time they didn't want to do something. And since Brexit, it's turned into it's the Treasury which is stopping them doing stuff. It's not they want to do it. They want to deliver on their promise they made you. But they can't because the big bad Treasury doesn't want them to do it. And the argument used to be with the European Union, well, you know, nice way France, Italy, Germany, all these countries selectively ignore completely what the European Union is requiring them to do and just go toddle off, don't worry, so you know, we don't care. Or pay the fines if they find them. Now it's a case of, well, hang on, the Treasury is run by a Chancellor who is appointed by your Prime Minister, so surely this is your government policy. How are Treasury saying no? And they go, well, Treasury say we can't afford it, so it's no. Did you not notice before you went into government? Because apparently your plans were fully costed. Well, things have changed, and Treasury now says no. It's becoming a get out of jail card, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And the reality of what you're going to see is if this keeps happening, then eventually you're going to have some party come into power, and their promise to get themselves elected into power, kind of like Brexit and the referendum, is going to be, we're going to break up the Treasury. And that can only lead to more trouble with competing treasuries.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the government can't legally do that.
They can.
Government can kind of do anything.
It's a government department.
Is it not technically civil service, though?
They decide who. They can break up the departments, though. They can decide
They constantly change them.
Yeah, it does. In the nicest way, the civil service is independent, but the departments are decided by the government.
Yeah, but isn't the Treasury royal chartered though? So its legal bounds are dictated by a royal charter, and that came about after the Civil War. Oh well, the return of the royalists. Because they went through and defined what the king can do, what the king can't, and it was established that the proto-treasury was fully under neither of them's control.
Not really. There is a. It's kind of interesting. The Treasury is an evolution, and whilst there is a part of them which does have charter, it doesn't cover all the functions of the Treasury because the Treasury expanded beyond the charter.
Okay.
So when I say it's break up, they could one of the things they could do is they could force the Treasury back to the limits of the charter. And there is a bit of a charter, and they could force take the other sections into other departments. And basically, it's supposed to have a role to oversee income and expenditure. Now, as that was put forward, it was supposed to be just into checking that the income matched expenditure. However, the Treasury has expanded itself to overseeing the management of public debt and tax policy.
Tax policy?
Tax policy.
What is tax policy in this context?
The taxes on the UK, how taxes are levied, where they're levied, and what thing. The Treasury and advises and is critical to all these, and it's increased itself to also forecasting, and in a nice way. The Office for Budget Responsibility was literally in 2010 was the forecasting section of the Treasury was stripped off them.
So
to create another department.
So the British system has essentially blended in U.S. terms, has blended the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, the IRS, and the various three-letter agencies that are technically tax agencies, like the ATF.
Yeah.
And the actual U.S. Treasury.
And it wouldn't be
one.
And also, it should be noted that between 1964 to 1967, there was a Department for Economic Affairs, which tried to take some of these areas off the Treasury, but that also was collapsed and folded back into the Treasury. And there's also, for a long time, the Bank of England was part of the Treasury, and it's been given some independence, but the Treasury still retains a lot of power there. So, basically, the thing is, the Treasury has now got to the point where it's involved in everything at almost every level. It's like you're in a company and the accountants now have got to the point where they have someone in every they have people in every department watching every move you make. Is what I was described to me as by a Ministry of Defence Civil Service. And this is the trouble for and in many ways that's also the Treasury is now the victim of its own success. Because it's got so powerful, every time there's a problem, it's easy to blame it because it's involved in everything. As that, the Treasury is the ultimate example of the expansion of the civil service in some regards, and its growth. But it's also whilst yes, I would agree, the Home Office is even bigger and even more problematic in some regards. There is often the argument made that, in nicest way, the Treasury impacts every department. The Home Office just mucks itself up. And it's, yeah, I would say in myself, in UK government, I think I think you first have to ask whether these things need to be done by government departments or whether they can be just left to regulation and enforcement rather than regulation and oversight, if that makes sense. And also, it needs to be asked whether those departments need to be as big and as broad as they are, or whether it's better to actually have them more split up. I think it would be interesting to see how you split up, because honestly, the Treasury is so powerful and so large, it would fight probably not to be split up. But you might actually have to make it an act of Parliament to do it, to give yourself enough strength to maintain it, because they are going to. The Department for Economic Affairs was smashed, basically. Thank you, David. Can't find any Japanese Steam locos in model form currently in production. Yeah, I think that's the problem. But if there is a good shop in Plymouth, yeah, tell me about that one. Because also remember, I live in Cornwall, so getting to Plymouth is not difficult for me.
And we may be able to get real Vegemite as often. I think there's a couple of Australian shops in London, so I might be able to grab one possibly before June, and then if Dragon's coming to Leeds, I could pass this down.
Oh, there's a great. I can think of it near. If you're going Battersea Power Station, if you're walking along there towards Vauxhall, there is a really great Asian and Australasian food supermarket, which has really great stuff in there. I know because I bought a whole load of stuff home with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to one for over 20 years, but I have been.
Has anyone checked on the IndyCar people recently? Because I know some of our community is deeply into F1, and I'm wondering if anybody keeps an eye on their unfortunate American cousins.
I could ask about from the people who I know. Why?
Because apparently they have decided to, well, they've decided to pull, but somebody in marketing and merchandise approved a One Nation, One Race shirt.
Someone's getting fired.
Someone had fun. Okay, Ploppy708. Could the UK retrofit Mark 57 VLS instead of Mark 41 VLS? It'll be a reduction in cells because 57 is wider and deeper than Mark 41. And they only also come in quad sets, in 4 sets of 4. So you could theoretically do it, but it's usually deck edge mounted rather than centerline mounted. So it'll be interesting. Phil's got to pay to get out Cornwall. Only if you go by the Plymouth Bridge. If you go by Tavistock, you don't have to pay, and you get to see a beautiful piece of countryside while you're doing it. Yeah, it's one of those things of you could do it, but you don't really need to. Oh, Christ Crafts on Exeter Street. Cool. From your brother. That's very cool to know, David, and thank you. I will wonder there. Chris's Crafts and Model Railways. Oh, I'll note that down. Okay, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, and this is the final question for this evening, and then we will finish, because it's now midnight, and I know at least one person has to be in work tomorrow. What if Hosh, Hood, Warspite, and Tiger from 1913 appeared today? I would be aboard Tiger before anyone could say whoobadidoo. And you'd be mine. Mine. Drac could be going for a Warspite.
And welding himself with back plates.
Yes. Fleet would have the Hosh, and I'd be merrily training 13.5-inch guns on her just to see what happened. And I think Dr. Dan would probably be taking Hood.
I will happily accept Hood.
Well, has anyone here heard the Rebel Path? The song became infamous for its use in Cyberpunk.
Okay.
And if Host was to come back into existence, I know of at least one 5-foot-tall woman with dark hair and red highlights who would go full Johnny Silverhand on her.
You're not
Just
yeah.
Just don't ask where she would get access to 2 multi-kiloton nuclear warheads from. Don't worry about it there.
Worry.
I can feel you're worrying about it. I specifically told you not to.
Look,
I'm just deeply concerned about
I.
Fleet's interaction with host. Um,
Oh.
yeah.
Stafford is going Warspite is mine. You'll never beat Dirac to it, but you can have a conversation over whether you get to be his XO.
My money's on Drock.
Yeah, but he wouldn't mind a good executive officer. I'm sure Stafford would do him well. As said, I would be on HMS Tiger. She'd be mine. Mine. All mine. And I would be, and she would be getting a nice holiday somewhere. I'd probably park her in Falmouth, on the Falmouth roads, and sit there and go, now, right then. So shall we make this a special offer? You can get a ticket to go around Pendennis Castle, HMS Tiger, and St Mawes. Over a 2-day period, you can do all three for this amount. I'd get a boat ride between them all. That'd be fun. That'd be a great tourist attraction. Anyway, with that being said, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to my panel for being here. It's been wonderful having you all, as always. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, Foxo, for first of all doing the Runon roll until Runon got to us. Thank you, Runon, for coming along after you've had a very busy work day. And thank you, Dan, for being here. Thank you, everyone.
30 days remain.
And
how long till your freedom, Runon? How many more days?
I will have the 23rd and the 24th off. I am considering just taking that whole week off.
And I'm also going to say this as we're doing this. I'm looking forward to seeing as many of you possible as I can in Rotterdam and in Leeds. And there'll be other things as well. So, yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Take care. And have a nice evening. Hope you enjoyed. And hope the ads were not oppressive this evening. They should have been. Hopefully I managed to get the settings to stay correct settings all night. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care.
Ciao.